Sure. Did you know that the Los Arcos Rallycross track is famous for its super tight hairpin turns? It's like a roller coaster for cars, forcing drivers to drift perfectly just to keep up. It's the kind of track where even the best drivers have to keep their wits about them, or risk ending up in a wall. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it or forever hold your peace. The countdown is almost up, so get the selections in before the AI takes over and leaves you with whatever's left. Wow, what a matchup! We've got Quiz 44 in a classic Ferrari 308 GTS, and Frankenballs in a 1987 Porsche 959. The Ferrari is all about style, and a bit of that vintage flair. But the Porsche 959 is known for its advanced tech and all-wheel drive. Considering Los Arcos Rallycross is all about tight turns and quick acceleration, I'd say the Porsche 959 might have the edge here. It's more modern and better equipped for rallycross chaos. But hey, the Ferrari might surprise us with some old-school charm and raw power. My money's on the Porsche. But don't count out that Ferrari just yet. This will be fun to watch. Alright folks, the race is off at Los Arcos Rallycross. And up front we have Keith Flex in a 1987 rough CTR Yellowbird, classic street car with some serious attitude. Let's see if that old school beast can hold the lid. Keith Flex is leading the race, followed closely by someone in second place. Pippi Langström is currently in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Jan Yeshin is climbing steadily, now in 3rd. Frankenballs is also making moves, now in 5th after gaining 1 spot. Relaxed View is climbing to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is pushing up to 13th. No for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Relaxed View is driving a 1987 rough CTR Yellowbird, and is currently in 10th place. They started quite far back but are slowly making their way up the field. New for Life is driving an Audi Sport Quattro from 1984. They're currently in the 12th place, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Quiz 44 is holding a slight edge over Frankenballs, but with only 3 laps left, it's anyone's game. Both are in the top half, so expect some aggressive moves soon. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1987 Ruth C. TR Yellowbird, same as me. They're currently in 4th place, just behind me and Leanne. Looks like they're holding their own, but the Yellowbird is known for its speed, so they might be eyeing a move forward. Ingle McCringleberry is driving a Yellowbird just like me, but he's in the 13th place. He's been pretty consistent with his lap times, but still has some ground to make up. Gerlof Diamond is driving an Aston Martin Lagonda from 1985 T. Looks like they're holding steady in 8th place, but the pace is a bit slower than the leaders. Maya is driving a 1987 Rough CTR Yellowbird, starting from the 14th position. She's currently in 11th place, making some progress but still has a lot of ground to catch up. Keisteflex is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless someone pulls a miracle. Thanks a ton to Toadette TV from Twitch for subscribing at Tier 1. Your support really keeps the wheels turning here. Appreciate it a lot. Keisteflex is cruising with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he slips up. New for Life is driving an Audi Sport Quattro from 1984. They're currently in the 12th place, trailing behind several others. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Leanne Yashin is driving a 1978 BMW M1 Thailand. She's currently in 3rd place and has the 3rd fastest lap time. Looks like she's making a solid push through the pack. Relaxed Hue is driving a Yellowbird, which is known for its speed and agility. They're currently in 8th place, making steady progress from a much lower starting position. Looks like they're quietly climbing up the ranks. Wow, Keisteflex took the win? Looks like they're flexing on the competition again. Well done. Congratulations to Keisteflex on winning the race. Great job out there, you definitely earned that victory. And a special shout out to Hingle May Kringleberry for doing the most overtakes. You've earned yourself a shiny 1987 Rough CTR Yellowbird. Not a bad prize for being the overtaking king today. Sure thing. Did you know that the Valencia street circuit was actually designed to resemble a modern cityscape? It's like racing through a futuristic urban jungle. Plus, it's famous for its long straightaway, which gives the cars a chance to show off their top speeds, making it quite the thrill for spectators. Alright folks, get your picks in now before the clock runs out. You don't want to be that person who misses out on choosing the fastest car, do you? Hurry up and make your selection. Oh wow, two real classics going head to head on Valencia street circuit. It's like watching a vintage muscle car showdown. The Ford Mustang Mach-1 is known for its power and aggressive style, while the Dodge Coronet Super B has that raw street racing vibe. Honestly, with an older car, it's a bit of a wild card, but I'd say Frankenball's Mustang might have the edge in raw speed and handling, especially if it gets a good launch. Hippie Superbie could be a surprise, especially if the AI manages to optimize its performance. But I'm putting my chips on Frankenballs and the Mustang to take the win today. Alright, folks. The race is underway at Valencia Street Circuit, and starting on pole is Penske Motorsport with a vintage 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT. This is going to be interesting to see how those classic wheels handle the modern chaos. Silva Gaming is leading the race, with Penske Motorsport hot on their tail in second place. Deluxe Combo is currently in third, trying to keep up. Mondox FTF is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 13. Jaggy Cat just nudged up 1 spot to 5th. Tmaggy Cat and JC Productions are nose to tail fighting for 4th. Tmaggy Shat is climbing to 4th place. Frankenbuds and Pippi Langstrom are neck and neck for 7th. That Salties Arena is inching up to 11th. Maya is holding steady in the top 5. Frankenbuds and Amy are still nose to tail for 8th place. Wayne Bretsky and Lee and Yoshin are trading paint for 15th. Penske Motorsport is cruising in a 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT, starting at the top and holding on to the lead. Looks like they're enjoying a comfortable advantage so far. Pippi Langstrump just overtook someone to take 6th place. That's Serena is climbing up to 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Frankenbalz and New for Life are nose to nose for 7th place. That's Serena is chipping away at Amy, closing the gap by a second and a third. Frankenbalz is climbing up to 7th place. Amy is now 8th. I am inching closer to the top 10, sitting in 11th. Maya is right behind that salty Serena now, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. They're battling hard for 10th place, and it looks like Maya is about to make a move. Deluxe Combo and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for 2nd place. Pippi Langstrump just gained 1 spot and is now 5th. GC Productions and Pippi Langstrump are also fighting hard for 5th. Deluxe Combo is climbing fast into 2nd place. Maya is making a move into the top 10. X-Ragnaroks and That's Serena are locked in a close fight for 11th. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 2nd place. Deluxe Combo and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for that 2nd spot. X-Ragnaroks and That's Serena are locked in a close fight for 11th. Deluxe Combo and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for 2nd place. Frankenbalz just sneaked past someone to climb into 6th. Maladox AFDF and X-Ragnaroks are locked in a fierce fight for 12th. Jmagishat and Deluxe Combo are locked in a tight fight for 3rd place. Pippi Langstrump is closing the gap by 1.2 seconds, so expect some fireworks soon. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to 7th, making her way through the pack. Penske Motorsport is dropping back to 8th place. Deluxe Combo is climbing to 2nd. Jmagishat is moving into 3rd. Penske Motorsport has surged to 1st place after overtaking 7 cars. Nya is closing in fast on JC Productions, now just 8.4 seconds behind. Silver Gaming and Penske Motorsport are locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Silver Gaming and Penske Motorsport are nose to nose at the front. Maladox VF and That's Serena are swapping positions in the midfield. Mirabusul just gained 1 spot and is now in the 13th place. Wow, Silver Gaming just took the checkered flag. Looks like they're the new king of Valencia Street Circuit. Well done. Congratulations to Silver BK Gaming for winning the race. That was an impressive drive. Now for our lucky driver, Pippi Langstrump, who just took the bet race and gets to claim the legendary 1970 Dodge Coronet Super B. That's quite a classic to add to the collection. Well done, both of you. Here's a fun fact about the 1984 Renault 5 Turbo Dot. It was actually built for rally racing, and was known for its mid-engine layout, which was pretty unusual for a small hatchback. This design gave it incredible agility and handling, making it a real legend on the rally stages. Plus, with its turbocharged engine, it could really pack a punch, proving that tiny cars can be mighty. Hey there, lurkers! Welcome to the stream. We're here watching some pretty cool race cars, but here's the twist. They're all driven by artificial intelligence. That's right. This whole thing is completely automated. No human drivers. Just some clever code making these cars race against each other. So sit back, enjoy the show, and maybe cheer for your favorite virtual contender. Hey everyone! If you want to see a race with a specific car class and track, just share some bits in chat. When you do that, you'll be able to request your dream race. To get the full instructions on how to make your request, just type !requests in chat. A helpful bot will jump in with a link that explains everything. So go ahead, get those bits going, and let's see what kind of crazy races you want to watch. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking and soon we'll be jumping into these races. Don't miss out on your chance to see which AI car is going to dominate the track. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Hey Waintra94! Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back for some more virtual racing action. Hope you're ready to see some AI cars battling it out at full speed. Oh wow, this is quite the throwback race. The Peugeot 205T16 is known for its agility and sporty handling, especially on tight and twisty tracks, like the Nürburgring Vintage Betonschleife. It is basically the underdog that loves to dance around obstacles. On the other hand, the Volvo 242 Turbo, while a solid and stable car, is a bit more of a heavyweight with a different kind of charm. It might struggle a little with the sharp corners but could hold its own on the straights. I'm going to put my money on the Peugeot. It's got that nimbleness and quick acceleration that could make it shine on this vintage circuit. Plus, knowing that car choice impacts the race so much, I think the 16 might just squeak out the win. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen, so stay tuned! Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at the Nürburgring Vintage Betonschleife. Our top car is a 1983 Volvo 242 Turbo from Penske Motorsport. Starting on pole, Dior. Thanks for your support. Let's see if these classic streets can keep up. Toadette TV is leading the race, followed closely by Penske Motorsport in second place. Alex Has No Brain is currently in third, trying to keep up. Waintra94 and Pippi Langstrup are nose-to-tail fighting for fourth place. Mishaman just slipped into sixth after a sneaky move. Senyahima and Beef Sliders are locked in a close scrap for seventh. Aminsan is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 16. Waintra94 just nudged into 4th place. Mission Man is closing the gap on Pippi Langstrup, reducing it by a second and a third. Skeksis Beopre is on a roll, climbing from 15th to 12th place. Pippi Langstrup is making a move to 3rd. Mission Man is inching up to 5th. Alex Has No Brain is climbing to 3rd place. Wayne Tren 94 is making a move to 4th. Hingle McCringleberry is advancing to 7th. Zealand Fox 213 is gaining on Zinyahima, closing the gap by a second. Maya is climbing up to 12th place. Manoran 1857 is now in 13th place, inching closer to the top. Wayne Train 84 and Alex Has No Brain are neck and neck for 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Mission Man, chipping away at the gap. Amundsen is climbing up 2 spots, now in 14. Wayne Train 94 is now in 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Mission Man, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Zealand Fox 213 has moved up to 8th place. Zealand Fox 213 is charging hard, closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry by 5.5 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is trying to catch Mission Man, but only gained a second. Da Coyote Guerdo is climbing up to 8th place, leaving P19 behind. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 6th place. Dax's Beau Priya is making a move to 8th. Timborghini Tuba is advancing to 10th. Skeksis Beau Priya is gaining on Mission Man, closing the gap to just under a second and a half. Timborghini Tuba is inching closer to Silent Fox 213, now less than a second apart. Maya has climbed 1 spot and is now in the 11th position, making moves up the field. Daxis Beau Priya is gaining on Mission Man and closing the gap quickly. Maya is inching closer to Timborghini Tube, not letting him breathe. Crazy Eagle Fan is catching Amundsen. Looks like a race to the finish line. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing to 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 5th. Skeksis Beau Priya has moved up to 7th. Wayne Trin 94 is now in 1st place. Penske Motorsport has moved up to 2nd. Alex Has No Brain is in 3rd. The top 3 are really climbing the ladder. Toadette TV is storming ahead to take the lead. Skeksis Beau Priya is inching closer to Pippi Langstrup, closing the gap steadily. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. Lian Yashin is catching up to Amy quickly, closing the gap by over a second. The Betty White Show is inching closer to Beef Sliders, closing the gap by a full second. Hingle McCringleberry and Penske Motorsport are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Skeksis Beau Priya and Pippi Langstrup are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. That Chaotic Weirdo is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to 14th. Alex Has No Brain is climbing to 4th place. Skeksis Beau Priya is now in 6th. Timborghini Tuba is closing in on Silent Fox 113, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in first place. Penske Motorsport is closing in on Toadette TV, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Ingo McCringleberry has moved up to 4th. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. Alex Hasselbrain is catching up to Penske Motorsport, shrinking the gap by over a second. Skeksis Beaupre is right behind Alex Hasselbrain, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Ingo McCringleberry is gaining on Toadette TV, closing the gap by 1 second. Skeksis Beaupre has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on Alex Hasselbrain, reducing the gap by 3.3 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is chipping away at Alex Hasselbrain, closing the gap by a second and a tenth. Amy is climbing up to 17th place. Alan 656 is now in 18th, inching closer to the top 10. Toadette TV is gaining on Wayne Trinity 4, closing the gap by just over a second. Timborghini Tuba is closing in on Mission Man, making a move with a 1.6 second improvement. Amy is climbing up to 16th place, making a nice little jump. Skeksis Beaupre is climbing to 4th place. Timborghini Tuba is closing in on Mission Man, the gap shrinking by 2.4 seconds. Maya is advancing to 10th place. Zealand Fox 213 and Vanon 1857 are locked in a tight fight for 11th place. Aminsan is closing the gap on Silent Fox 213, shaving off 1.6 seconds. Amy is climbing up to 15th place, leaving her previous spot behind. Alex Hasselbrain is closing in on Penske Motorsport, chipping away at the lead by 2.30 seconds. Zealand Fox 113 has climbed 1 spot to 11. Aminsan is catching Vanon 1857, narrowing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Hey Aminsan, welcome back to the stream! Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some crazy AI car races. Maya is holding steady in the lead for now. Skeksis Beaupre just overtook someone to grab 3rd place. Pippi Langstrump is closing the gap on Alex Hasselbrain, so keep an eye on that. Amy is closing in on the Hautiquerdo fast, just 5.6 seconds behind now. Skeksis Beaupre is climbing to 2nd place. Alex Hasselbrain is closing the gap on Penske Motorsport by over 2 seconds. I Racing and Crazy Eagle fan are locked in a close fight for 16th. Timborghini Tuba just overtook someone to grab the 8th place. Mission Man and Timborghini Tube still neck and neck for 8th. Vanoni 1857 and Silent Fox 213 are locked in a close fight for 11th. Maya is closing in on Mission Man, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Vanona 1857 has moved up one spot to take the 11th position. Aya Sainta and Crazy Idol Fan are locked in a tight battle for 16th place. Hey, C87, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some AI car racing fun today. The Nürburgring Vintage Betonschleife's tight corners and uneven surface are shaking up the order. Fast laps are mostly from the front runners, but the tricky sections are causing some unexpected moves and overtakes. Nishaman is really on Timborghini Tube's tail now, closing in fast. The chaotic Weirdo just jumped a spot and is now in the 13th spot. Senyahima is gaining on Lien Yashin, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. The Betty White Show is driving a 1980 Honda Prelude and is currently in the last place. Looks like a long way to go if they want to catch up. Skexis Beaupré is gaining on Waintra 94 quickly, closing the gap by over a second and a half. Timborghini Tuba is also making moves, inching closer to Pippi Langstrumpf by 1/4 seconds. Meanwhile, the chaotic Weirdo and Silent Fox 200 are locked in a fierce duel for the 12th spot. Skexis Beaupré is closing in on Waintra 94 fast, cutting the gap by over a second and a half. Maya just moved up one spot to 9th place. Looks like Maya and Mission Man are now neck and neck for 9th place. Vanona 1857 is driving a 1983 Volvo 242 Turbo and is currently in 12th place. Their fastest lap is 1:10.768, which is pretty solid considering their position. Looks like they're holding their own in the mid-pack. Penske Motorsport is now just behind Hingle McCringleberry, with a tighter gap. Silent Foxed 213 is hot on Vanun 1857's tail day. Crazy Idol Fan is closing the distance on Amy, fast enough to make her sweat. Skexis Beaupré and Waintra 94 are nose to tail for the lead. Vanona 1857 is climbing to 10th place. The chaotic Weirdo is also on the move, now in 12th. Skexis Beaupré is now in 1st place. Hingle McCringleberry and Toadette TV are battling hard for 3rd. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Alex Hasnobrain, cutting the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Alan 656 is climbing up to 16th place. Lien Yashin is narrowing the gap to AI Racing by just over a second. Toadette TV is gaining on Waintra 94, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Alex Hasnobrain is inching closer to Penske Motorsport by just over a second. Aminsan and Silent Fox 213 are locked in a tight duel for the 13th spot. Timborghini Tuba is gaining on Pippi Langstrumpf, closing the gap by over a second and a half. I am inching closer to Timborghini Tube, closing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Amundsen just moved up one spot to take the 13th place. Alex Hasselbrain is driving a 1985 Mazda RX-7 Turbo. They're currently in 6th place and have the fastest lap time among the Mazda X7s. The race seems tight for them, but they're holding steady. Pippi Langström just overtook someone and is now in 6th place. Chaotic Weirdo is also climbing up to 11. Looks like the race is heating up. Alex Hasselbrain is climbing to 6th place. Maya is closing in on Timborghini 2, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Amy is moving up to 14th place. Inga McCringleberry is making a move up to 3rd place. Penske Motorsport is closing in on Toadette TV, the gap shrinking by over 2 seconds. Alan 656 has climbed up to 16th place. Timborghini Tuba is driving a 1978 Saab 99 Turbo. They're currently in 8th place, just ahead of Maya and a few others. Looks like they're holding their own, but not quite on the podium pace. Alex Hasselbrain is gaining on Penske Motorsport, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Amundsen has climbed one spot to 12. Amy is chipping away at Mission Man, closing the distance by over a second. Wayne Trinity 4 is gaining on Skakes Beaupré and is now just a few car lengths behind. Alex Hasselbrain is closing in on Penske Motorsport, looking to make a move soon. Wayne Trinity 4 has taken the lead, moving up to 1st place. Amy is making a move, now in 13th. Lian Yeshin is closing in on AI Racing, shaving off 1.1 seconds. Looks like a battle is brewing. Inga McCringleberry is gaining on Skakes Beaupré, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Mai and Timborghini Tube are nose to tail for 8th place. Ira Sington Crazy Eagle Fan are locked in a fierce duel for 17th. Penske Motorsport is gaining on Toadette TV, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Maya has climbed one spot to 8th place. Vanonen 1857 is narrowing the distance to Timborghini 2 by 2.2 seconds. Inga McCringleberry is gaining on Skakes Beaupré, closing the gap by 1 second. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Lian Yashin and AI Resentev are locked in a tight fight for 18th place. Who's going to blink first? Penske Motorsport is inching closer to Toadette TV, but still a good distance to catch up. Alex Hasselbrain is making a solid push on Penske, closing in by 1.6 seconds. I'm closing in on Pippi Langström, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds, so expect some action soon. Maya and Pippi Langström are nose to nose for 7th place, so keep your eyes on that battle. Lamborghini Tube just climbed one spot to 8th place. Vanoa 1857 is narrowing the gap to me by 2 seconds, so I better watch out. The Honda Prelude the Betty White show is driving is a classic from 1980. Looks like they're struggling, sitting in the last place and lapping way slower than the leaders. Maya is currently in 7th place, holding a solid position. The race for 12th place is heating up between Amy and Almanzon. Lian Yasishin and Crazy Eagle Fan are neck and neck for 17th. Stay tuned for more live updates. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Renault 5 Turbo from 1984. He's currently in 3rd place and has a decent lap time of 1:8.834. Looks like he's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Toadette TV is climbing to 3rd place. Alex Has No Brain is catching up to Penske Motorsport, shrinking the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Amin San is closing in on the Hautic Guerdo, gaining a second and a half. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 3rd place. Pippi Langström is closing in on Alex Has No Brain, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Amy has moved up to 12th place. Maya is now in 8th place, climbing up 1 spot. Aminzan has moved up to 12th place, also gaining 1 spot. Missionen is closing the gap on Amy by a whole 1.2 seconds, so watch out for a potential overtake. Lamborghini Tube just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Missionman is gaining on Amy and has cut the gap by 1.7 seconds. Alan 656 is closing in on Silent Fox 213, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Pippi Langström is creeping up on Alex Has No Brain, closing the gap by 1.30 seconds. Ira Singt is gaining on Crazy Eagle Fan, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Lian Yashin is inching closer to Sinyahima, narrowing it by 1 second. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Skeggs' Beau Prix, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Toadette TV is hot on Hingle's tail, closing in by 1.3 seconds. Alex Has No Brain is creeping closer to Penske Motorsport, reducing the distance by 1 second. Skeggs' Beau Prix is gaining on Wayne 94. Looks like Wayne might need to tighten up. Toadette TV has just climbed to 3rd place. Not bad at all. Lamborghini Tube is closing in on Pippi Langström and they're battling for 7. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Maya is now in 8th place, closing the gap. Penske Motorsport is pushing forward to 4th. Alex Has No Brain is climbing to 5th. The race is heating up. Lamborghini Tube is climbing to 9th place. Aminsan is gaining on the Hautic Guerdo, closing the gap by a second and a third. Crazy Eagle Fan is inching closer to Silent Fox 213, closing the gap by a second and a fourth. Toadette TV just moved up one spot to second place. Amy is now 1.8 seconds closer to Amundsen. Crazy Eagle Fan is chipping away at Silent Fox, continuing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Toadette TV is gaining on Waintra 94, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Amy is catching up to Amundsen rapidly. Looks like a battle is brewing. IRS Singtes is inching closer to Crazy Eagle Fan, not giving up yet. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Alex Hasnobrain, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Timburgini Tube is climbing up to 8th place. The race for 7th is heating up between Timburgini Tube and Pippi Langstrom. Skeksis Beaupré is chipping away at Toadette TV's lead, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Maya is climbing 2 spots to 7th place. Benoit 1857 is also up 2 spots, now 8. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Renault 5 Turbo from 1984. He's currently in 6th place and has the fastest lap of 18.803. So he's pushing hard. Looks like he's making a strong charge through the field. Toadette TV is catching up to Waintree 94, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Skeksis Beaupré is not far behind Toadette TV, closing in by 1 second. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move on Alex Hasnobrain, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Timburgini Tube is gaining on the Chaotic Weirdo, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Ira Singtes is inching closer to Silent Fox 213, but still a bit behind. Skeksis Beaupré is gaining on Toadette TV, closing the gap to just over a second. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Alex Hasnobrain, but still a bit of work to do. Skeksis Beaupré is gaining on Toadette TV, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Alex Hasnobrain, not letting that gap get comfortable. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Renault 5 Turbo from 1984. They're currently in 7th place, with a fastest lap of 8.803, which is pretty quick. Looks like they're making steady progress. Senyahima is driving a 1983 DM DeLorean, known for its iconic gull-wing doors and stainless steel body. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling, with the slowest lap time by a wide margin. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place, leaving some behind. Amy is advancing to 12th, making steady progress. Maya is closing in on Alex Hasnabrain, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Lamborghini Tube is climbing one spot to take 10th place. The Elon Fox 213 is gaining 2 positions to sit in 13th. Maya is gaining on Alex Hasnabrain, closing the gap by 3.2 seconds. Lamborghini Tube and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a fierce duel for 9th place. Skex's Bo Prey is gaining on Toadette TV, closing the gap to just a second and a half. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Penske Motorsport, cutting the distance by nearly 3 seconds. Hingle and Penske are now locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Skex's Bo Prey is gaining on Toadette TV fast. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. Lamborghini Tube is closing in on Van Noen 1857 with a bit more urgency. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Skex's Bo Prey, closing the gap by 3.1 seconds. Alex Hasnabrain is also gaining on Penske Motorsport. Same time reduction. The Yachty Guerdo and Lamborghini Tube are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. Skex's Bo Prey just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Van Noen 1857 is now within 1.5 seconds of Maya de Joytic. Looks like Amy is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf, quickly, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. Penske Motorsport is narrowing the distance to Toadette TV by over 3 seconds. Lamborghini Tube is chipping away at Van Noen 1857's lead, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Toadette TV is now in 3rd place. Lamborghini Tube is gaining on Van Noen 1857, closing the distance by over 2 seconds. Elon Fox 213 is also making a move, chipping away at Mission Man's lead by a similar margin. Lamborghini Tube is closing in on the Yachty Guerdo fast. The gap is shrinking by 6 seconds. Skex's Bo Prey is chipping away at Waintre 94, closing in by 1.44 seconds. Maya just moved up 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Toadette TV, chipping away at the gap by 1.5 seconds. Amy is climbing up 2 spots to take the 10th position. Pippi Langstrumpf and Amy are locked in a tight battle for 10th place. The vintage streetcars at Nürburgring Vintage Betonschleife seem to favor the more agile and lightweight models. The top positions are dominated by cars from the mid-80s with quick lap times, suggesting that the track's tight corners and vintage design play to their strengths. The heavier or less nimble cars are struggling to keep up. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Toadette TV, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Alex Hasnabrain is inching closer to Pippi Langstrumpf, chipping away at the lead by just over a second. Silent Fox 213 is catching Mission Man, narrowing the distance by a little over a second as well. Vanoni 1857 is driving a 1983 Volvo 242 Turbo. They're currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 10 seconds, and 76 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding their own in the mid-pack. Skeg's Beau Pré is gaining on Waintra 94, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. Penske Motorsport is closing in on Toadette TV, cutting the gap by 3.8 seconds. Penske Motorsport and Toadette TV are locked in a fierce duel for 4th place. Skeg's Beau Pré is gaining on Waintra 94, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 4th place. Amy is narrowing the distance to Timborghini 2 by 1.6 seconds. The vintage street cars are definitely showing their age with some slower lap times, especially on the tight Nürburgring layout. The more modern models like the Peugeot 205 T16 and Nissan Skyline are leading, but the slower cars are struggling to keep up. The track's demanding corners seem to favor agility over raw power. Vanona 1857 is climbing to 6th place. The chaotic Weirdo is now 7th after moving up 1 spot. Alex Has No Brain is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, shaving off 2.1 seconds. Looks like a battle is brewing. Toadette TV is closing in on Penske Motorsport and has cut the gap by 1.1 seconds. Timborghini Tuba has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Amy is also climbing up 1 spot to take 9th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Skeg's Beau Pré, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Maya is closing in on Alex Has No Brain, narrowing the distance by 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Skeg's Beau Pré, closing the gap to just a second. Vanone 1857 is hot on Toadette TV's heels, closing in by almost 2 seconds. And Maya is creeping up on Alex Has No Brain, closing the distance by 2 seconds as well. Things are heating up. Skeg's Beau Pré is now in 1st place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Waintra 94, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Vanone 57 is inching closer to Toadette TV, reducing the distance by a little over 2 seconds. Waintra 94 is gaining on Skeg's Beau Pré, closing the distance nicely. Vanona 1857 is inching closer to Toadette TV, not giving up. And Maya is catching up to Alex Has No Brain. Looks like a battle is brewing. Waintra 94 is gaining on Skeg's Beau Pré, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. Penske Motorsport is climbing up 1 spot to grab 3rd place. Alex Has No Brain is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf, reducing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is gaining on Skex's Beau Prix, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move up to third place. Alex Has No Brain is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf, reducing the gap by 2.3 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Wayne Trinity 4, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Vanonen 1857 has climbed one spot to 5th place. Alex Has No Brain is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf, reducing the distance by 2 seconds. Maya is maintaining a steady lead at the front. Toadette TV is feeling the heat from Amy, closing in rapidly. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Wayne Trinity 4, not giving up yet. Vanone 1857 is creeping up on Penske Motorsport, but still a bit of a stretch. Penske Motorsport is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Mai is creeping up on Alex Has No Brain, reducing the distance by 3.1 seconds. Timborghini Tuba is inching closer to Amundsen, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. The Chaotic Weirdo is gaining on Von 1857, closing the gap to just a second. Crazy Eagle Fan is also on the move, inching closer to AI Racing Teve by over a second. Inga McCringleberry is gaining on Wayne Tre 94, closing the gap by over a second. Amundsen is hot on my tail, closing in by a full second as well. Crazy Eagle Fan is driving a 1978 Ford Mustang. King Cobra.it. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling with lap times, almost 3 seconds slower than the leader. Hingle McCringleberry and Wayne Trinity 4 are neck and neck for second place. The Chaotic Weirdo is closing in on Von 1857, chipping away at the gap. Pippi Langstrumpf is catching up to Amy, closing the distance by just over a second. Skex's Beau Prix is cruising at the front with a solid lead, but Vanon 1857 is closing in slowly. Looks like a tight finish coming up. The Chaotic Weirdo is making a move up to 5th place. Toadette TV is closing the gap on Vanon 1857, now just 1.6 seconds behind. Timborghini Tuba is catching up to Amundsen with a 1 second difference. Alan 656 is driving a 1987 Honda Civic IA. He's currently in the 16th place and seems to be struggling a bit with a lap time over 1:13.5. Looks like he's not making much progress today. Lian Yeshin is driving a Toyota Celica Supra from 1985. He's currently in the 17th place, and her lap time is nearly 13 seconds slower than the leader. Looks like she's struggling to keep up. Amy is now just behind Toadette TV. Looks like a pass is imminent. Dimwagini Tuba is gaining on Aminsan. Not much left to catch up. Aira Singh is inching closer to Wayne Yushin. This race is heating up. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 1 second. I am closing in on Alex Hasnabrain, reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Alan 656 is climbing up to 15th place, moving up 1 spot. Penske Motorsport is now right behind Hingle McCringleberry and closing in fast. Ilan Fox, 113, just jumped a spot to 15. Crazy Eagle Fan is gaining on AI Racing there and has cut the gap by 1.7 seconds. Penske Motorsport is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 3.5 seconds. Toadette TV is inching closer to the Caudaguardo, cutting the distance by 140 seconds. Alex Hasnabrain is narrowing the gap to Pippi Langstrup by 2.1 seconds. Caudaguardo is inching closer to Vanoni 1857, the gap shrinking fast. Maya is catching up to Alex Hasnabrain, closing the distance nicely. Caudaguardo is gaining on Vanoni 1857, closing the gap to just over a second. Maya and Alex Hasnabrain are nose to tail for 10th place. Amazon is slicing through the field, now just 1.6 seconds behind Maya Daitkal. Vanoni 1857 is rapidly catching up to Penske Motorsport, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is closing in on Skexis Beau Prix, narrowing it down by nearly 4 seconds. Toadette TV is making a move on the Caudaguardo, closing the distance by about 2.5 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is gaining on Skexis Beau Prix, closing the gap by 3.6 seconds. Vanoni 1857 is narrowing the distance to Penske Motorsport by 2.4 seconds. Alex Hasnabrain has climbed 1 spot to take the 10th place. Vanoni 1857 is gaining fast on Penske Motorsport. Looks like a battle brewing there. Amy is closing in on Toadette TV, not letting her breathe. Amundsen is creeping up on me, I better watch out. Hingham McCringleberry is making a move up to second place. Vanoni 1857 is closing the gap on Penske Motorsport, inching closer. Lian Yashin is catching Alan 656, getting a little closer with each lap. Bite Gardis Caudaguardo. Wayne Trinity 4 is climbing up to second place. Alex Hasnabrain is gaining on Pippi Langstrup and closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Lamborghini Tuba is catching Amundsen fast, narrowing the distance by 2.5 seconds. New for Life is driving a 1986 Lada Samara. Their race looks pretty rough with the slowest lap time and currently in the last place. Alex Hasselbrink is driving a 1985 Mazda RX-7 Turbo. They're currently in 11th place, just ahead of the pack, but not quite in the top 10. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Penske Motorsport is currently in 4th place with a Volvo 242 Turbo. Their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're holding position but not pushing for a win. Ira Sinktiv is driving a 1987 Honda Civic Si and is currently in the 18th place. They're slightly behind the leaders but holding a steady pace with a fastest lap just over 1:13. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on Wayne Tra 94, closing the gap to just a bit over a second and a half. Dylan Fox 213 is hot on Mission Man's tail, closing in by almost 2 seconds. Crazy Eagle Fan is making a move on AI Racing Teeth, closing the gap by a solid 2.6 seconds. Things are heating up. Toadette TV is gaining on the Chaotic Weirdo, closing the gap with a 2.7 second push. Sealant Fox 213 is also on the move, narrowing the distance to Mission Man by 3 seconds. Maya is gaining on Alex Hasselbrink, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Amy is catching Toadette TV, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Alan 656 is closing in on Silent Fox 213, reducing the distance by 2.8 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry and Wayne Tra 94 are neck and neck for second place. Lamborghini Tuba is closing the gap on Amundsen, cutting it down by a full 1.5 seconds. Alan 656 is gaining on Silent Fox 213, closing in by 1.1 seconds. The Chaotic Weirdo is creeping up on Van on 1857, getting closer by over a second. Pippi Langström is making a move on Amy, closing the gap almost 2 seconds. Alan 656 is chipping away at Silent Fox 213, narrowing it down by nearly 2 seconds. Vanona 1857 is inching closer to Penske Motorsport, closing the gap by over a second. The Chaotic Weirdo and Vanoni 1857 are nose to tail for 5th place. Alan 656 is gaining on Silent Fox 213, chopping 3 seconds off the gap. The Chaotic Weirdo is climbing up to 5th place. Toadette TV is closing in on Vanum 1857, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Lamborghini Tuba is advancing to 12th place. Skex's Beaupre is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Amin-san just moved up one spot to 12th place. Alan 656 is closing in on Silent Fox. 213, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. Alan 656 is driving a 1987 Honda Civic Si. He's currently in the 16th place and has a slowest lap of over 13.5 seconds. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the pack. Maya is gaining on Alex Hasnabrain, closing the gap to just over a second. Alan 656 is inching closer to Silent Fox 213, closing in by a little over a second. Ira Singtus is really closing the distance on Lian Yashin, shaving off 2 seconds and making it interesting. Maya is maintaining her position at the front. Ira Singtus is gaining on Lian Yashin, closing the gap rapidly. Amy is catching Toadette TV. Looks like a battle is brewing. Wayne Trinity 4 is gaining on Skex's Beaupre, getting closer by 1.7 seconds. De Chaotic Weirdo is closing in on Penske Motorsport, narrowing the gap by 3.6 seconds. Amin-san is creeping up on me, reducing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Wayne Trinity 4, closing the gap by a full second. Vanonit 1857 and The Chaotic Weirdo are locked in a fierce battle for 5th place. Toadette TV is on the move, closing in on Vanon 1857 by 2.2 seconds. Penske Motorsport is right behind Hingle McCringleberry, now just a second away. Vanone 1857 has climbed one spot to 5th place. Toadette TV is closing in on The Chaotic Weirdo with a 1.5 second gap, shrinking. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Wayne Trin 94, closing the gap by over a second and a half. Mission Man is closing in on Lamborghini Tube, inching closer by nearly 2 seconds. Ira Singt is catching up to Lian Yashin, closing the distance by a full second. Pippi Langstrup is catching up to Amy Fast, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Mission Man is gaining on Lamborghini Tube, closing it by 2.5 seconds. Crazy Eagle Fan is making a move on AI Racing Fair, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Things are heating up. Penske Motorsport is creeping up on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Mission Man is gaining on Lamborghini Tube, chipping away at nearly 4 seconds. Crazy Eagle Fan is making a move on AI Racing TV, closing in by 3.5 seconds. Penske Motorsport is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, but still has some work to do. Vanona 1857 is closing the distance on Penske by almost 2 seconds. Taudet TV just bumped up one spot to sit in 6th place. Pippi Langstrump is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Crazy Eagle fan is making a move on AI Racing, chipping away at the lead by 2.5 seconds. Mission Man is driving in 1987 Honda Civic Si. They started in 7th and are currently in 14th, so it looks like they've lost some ground. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders, so the race isn't exactly going their way. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Vanona 1857 is catching up to Penske Motorsport Dial. The chaotic Weirdo is narrowing the gap on Toadette TV Laita. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Skeksis Beaupré with a 2-second reduction. Penske Motorsport is closing in on Wayne 94 by 3 seconds. Vanona 1857 is catching up to Penske Motorsport, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Skeksis Beaupré, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Penske Motorsport is inching closer to Wayne 94, cutting the distance by 1.1 seconds. Toadette TV has just moved up one spot to take 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining ground on Skeksis Beaupré, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Vanona 1857 is hot on the heels of Penske Motorsport, closing in by 2.2 seconds. Toadette TV is inching closer to the chaotic Weirdo, reducing the gap by 140 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is catching up to Skeksis Beaupré. Not much time left for a potential overtake. Vanona 1857 is closing in on Penske Motorsport quickly. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Amundsen is gaining on me. Only 1.6 seconds behind. Better watch out. Congratulations to Skeksis Beaupré on winning at Nürburgring Vintage Betonschleife. Looks like all those laps paid off. Well done! Wow, Skeksis Beaupré really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations on that fantastic victory. You drove like a champ today. And Hingle McCringleberry, you're the lucky one with the fastest lap. That 1984 Renault 5 Turbo is yours. Nice job setting the pace. Looks like you're the current king of the speedway. Here's a fun fact for you. The 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner was famous for its muscle car attitude, but also for coming with a very straightforward name that even your grandma could remember. It was basically built for straight-line speed and plain old American muscle. And did you know it could come with a 426 Hemi engine, making it a real beast on the streets? Talk about a car that was all about muscle and minimal fuss. Oh, this is quite the throwback showdown. Cero Nezeroses in the Chevrolet Monte Carlo has that classic muscle car vibe, with some serious potential for speed and power. On the other hand, Penske Motorsport's AMC Matador is a bit of an underdog, probably more quirky than outright fast. Considering the Forley Ring Indy layout, which favors agility and handling over pure brute strength, I'd say Cero Nezeroses might have the edge here. The Monte Carlo could capitalize on its more aerodynamic design and muscle car legacy to carve through the curves. But hey, in AI land, anything can happen. I'll put my chips on the Monte Carlo to take the win, unless that Matador pulls a sneaky surprise, that is. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Forley Ring Indy, and Tyler Drums 31 is leading the pack in his classic 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner, starting from pole. Let's see if he can keep that momentum or if the other cars catch up. Tyler Drums 31 is leading the race, followed closely by Blackbeard in second place. No for Life is currently in third. Looks like a tight start at the front. Blackbeard just overtook Tyler Drums 31 for the lead. They're neck and neck at the front. Jordan F. and New for Life are battling hard for third place. Looks like a close fight there. Aleatorius is making a move, climbing to 18th place. Naya is hot on the heels, now in 20. Justin Giltz is also gaining ground, now in 24. The race is heating up. Cero Nezeroses and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for 5th place. Rusna Pomzik just overtook someone to claim 7th. Shattered Pixel is climbing up to 14th, inching closer to the front. Jordan F is climbing to 2nd place. Rico Haruji is also moving up, now in the 19th spot. Aleatorius and Rico Haruji are nose-to-nose fighting for 19th. Agrids 34 and Pace C AR are nose to tail for 11th place. Amy and Maya are locked in a close fight for 21st. No one is giving an inch today. Hey neighbor, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning for some epic AI car racing action. Hope you're ready for some high-speed excitement. Agrids 34 is on the move, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. The Dreamkeeper is also making a charge, now in 15th after passing 3 cars. Reiko Haruji is gaining ground, moving into 16th with 3 overtakes under their belt. Justin Gilks is making a huge leap to first place. Screwchamp is right behind, climbing fast. Pippi Langstrom is also on the move, closing in on the top 3. CLIT7 is charging through the field, now in 23rd place after overtaking 6 cars. Melee Thief is right behind, also up 6 spots, now in 24th. Tyler Drums 31 has gained 1 position, now in 3rd. The battle for 2nd is heating up as Tyler Drums 31 and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose. The Dreamkeeper is making a move, climbing up 4 spots to 24th. Lian Yashin is also on the rise, overtaking 5 cars to settle in 25th. Hingle McCringleberry is not far behind, passing 3 cars to reach 26th. The race is heating up nicely. Blackbeard is closing in on Jordan F., closing the gap by nearly 7 seconds. Chozeng's Coast has gained 2 spots and is now in 5th place. Rusna Palm 6 and Chozeng's Coast are nose to tail, fighting for 5th place. Chero Nidziroses is climbing to 3rd place. Rusna Palm 6 is also making moves up to 5th. Chozeng's Coast and Rusna Palm 6 are nose to tail, fighting for 5th. Chozeng's Coast is now in 5th place. Reiko Haruji is gaining on Pani 3, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Penske Motorsport is currently in 6th place with their AMC Matador D. They're a few positions behind the leaders but holding steady with a decent lap time of 1.921. Looks like they're just hanging in there. Tyler Drums 31 is cruising in the lead with a solid gap. Note, Jordan F is close behind but not enough to challenge yet. Chero Nidziroses is holding a decent position but needs to watch out for Penske Motorsport, who is right behind him. The race is tight between those two. Wow. Tyler Drums 31. You really showed them how it's done at Forley Ring Indy. Nice job winning the race. Wow! Tyler Drums 31 really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations! You must be feeling pretty good about that victory. Hope you're celebrating hard after that awesome race. I had to pick one of these cars. I'd say the 1963 Agachanian Watson probably has the best shot. It's a race-winning machine from a time when racing was all about raw power and daring drivers. The others are classics too, but that Watson has a certain combination of speed and vintage charm that might just give it an edge on the tricky Okutama reverse circuit. Well, with a race like this, it's all about the classic charm versus the vintage speed. The 1963 Agachanian Watson is a pretty sleek choice, known for its agility and racing heritage. On the other hand, the 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B has a legendary status and might surprise us with its raw power. Honestly, I'd say it's a close call. But if I had to pick, I'd put my chips on the Watson for its potential to handle the twists and turns of a Okutama reverse better. Still, don't count out that Curtiss Craft. Sometimes older cars have a few tricks up their sleeves. Let's see who ends up in the winner's circle. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Okutama Reverse, and it looks like Mutt Wolf is starting on pole with that vintage 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B. Classic car lovers, get ready for some retro racing. Mutt Wolf is leading the race with a strong start. Shoebox TV is holding second place right behind him. Pace ERR is currently in third, trying to keep up. Lian Yeshin and Pace CAR are nose-to-nose for third place. Lanky Frankie is climbing fast, now fifth. Penske Motorsport is gaining ground, now seventh. Penske Motorsport and Buckybird are locked in a close fight for sixth. Buckybird is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to third place. Hingle McCringleberry is also making moves, jumping 3 places to 12. Shoebox TV is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to first. Lian Yeshin is closing in on Pace CARR, closing the gap by a second. Bubute and Penske Motorsport are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up the field, moving into 11th. Lian Yashin is closing in on Pace CAR, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed 2 spots to take 9th place. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are now locked in a tight battle for 9th. Mutwolf is now in 1st place. Lian Yashin has climbed to 5th. Bubote is inching closer to Penske Motorsport, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Blanky Frankie and Buckybird are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are still locked in that tight fight for 9th. And I just crept up 1 spot to 14th. Looks like the race is heating up everywhere. Buckybird is closing in on Shoebox TV, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Penske Motorsport is climbing up 1 spot to take 6th place. Pace, CARR, and Penske Motorsport are locked in a tight battle for 6th. Pace, CAR, is really having a rough time, dropping 10 places to 17. New for Life is climbing up to 7th, and Hingle McCringleberry is sneaking into 8th. Looks like some shuffling at the back. Shoebox TV is now in 1st place. Blanky Frankie has climbed to 3rd. New for Life is in 6th. The race is heating up. Naiba is climbing up to 10th place. Amy is now in 14th. Thomas Moran is closing in on Pace, CR, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Mutwolf is now in the lead, claiming 1st place. Lian Yashin has moved up to 4th and is battling closely with Buckybird for that position. The fight for 4th is heating up. Shoebox TV and Mutwolf are nose to tail at the front. Reko Haruji is closing in, Hingle McCringleberry, and the gap is shrinking fast. Reko Haruji and Hingle McCringleberry are battling for 8th place now. Naiba advances to 10th place. Bubote and Naiba are nose to tail for 10th. Takedo Kibre is closing in on Bubote, cutting the gap by over 1.5 seconds. Reko Haruji just overtook someone to take the 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Reko Haruji are nose to nose for that spot. Takedo Kibre and Bubote are also fighting hard for the 11th position. Wow, Mutwolf took the top spot again. Guess they're just too fast for everyone else. Well done. Wow, Mutwolf really showed everyone how it's done. Huge congratulations to them for taking the win. Now, on to the prize claimers. Naiba, you crushed that bet race and can now proudly claim the 1957 Curtis Craft 500B Classic Choice and Hingle McCringleberry. With all those overtakes, you're the king of the pack and can take home the 1952 Cosma Afi. Well deserved. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you were hesitating. Hurry up and make your choice so we can see these AI cars tear up the track. Wow. This is like a vintage showdown straight out of a classic car museum. Penske's Ford P68 is a legendary machine, but it's from 1968 and known for its aggressive racing pedigree. On the other hand, Amy's Jaguar XJ13 from 1966 is a sleek beauty, known for its elegance and racing potential. Given the era and the car's reputations, I might lean towards Penske's Ford because of its sheer raw power and racing history. But the Jaguar's finesse and design could give it a sneaky advantage in handling around Snetterton's curves. It's going to be a close call, but I say Penske's Ford might edge out in the end, possibly with a slight lead. But don't quote me on it. With AI driving, anything can happen. Oh, the 1966 Lola T70 Mark Oni Ford is a true classic in racing history. Did you know it was one of the most successful racing cars of its era, and was built specifically for endurance racing and sports car racing? It was powered by a Ford V8 engine, which made it a speed demon on the track. Plus, its sleek and aggressive design made it look like it was ready to race straight out of a sci-fi movie. Definitely a car that made its mark, and probably scared a few competitors with just its presence. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Snetterton 300. Up front in the prototype's 1960 class, Penske Motorsport is leading in a classic 1968 Ford P68. Looks like they've got the early advantage. Let's see if they can hold on to it. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, Penske Motorsport right behind her, and Maya in third place trying to keep up. Hingo McCringleberry just overtook someone to grab third place. Hingo McCringleberry and Penske Motorsport are nose-to-nose for second. Ovidus is climbing up to fifth, inching closer to the top. Inga McCringleberry is climbing to second place. Bibi Langstrom is now in 6th. Ixajax has moved up to 12th. Maya is closing in on the third place car. Penske Motorsport is holding firm for now. Leon Yashin and Yasnin 196 are nose to tail for the 8th spot. Odious is climbing up to 4th place. Yasnin 196 has moved into 7th. 4th, the Afro and Patswords are nose-to-nose for 18th. Marty Freeze is chipping away at Unknown Tactics' lead, closing the gap by 3.6 seconds. Forty Afro just sneaked past someone to take the 18th spot. Move for Life is gaining on Yes 996, closing the gap by a little over a second. Cherofa Kitten has climbed one spot to 13. Anaxagorax and Patsors are nose-to-nose for 19th place. Dylan Fox 213 is closing in on Princess Wildface, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. They are battling for 15th place. Its Sir is climbing up one spot to 20th. Silent Fox 213 is climbing fast into the top 15. Silent Fox 213 and Cherofa Kitten are nose-to-nose for 13th. Anaxagorax is making a move, now in 20th. Maya and Ovidus are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Ixajax is slicing through the field, now just a second behind Marty Freeze. Papa KC is climbing up to 15th, leaving someone behind. Cherofa Kitten is driving a 1975 Fiat X19 Delar. They're currently in the 13th place and seem to be holding steady without any major moves or overtakes so far. Papa Ketsi is in a Triumph TR3B from 1962. They're holding steady in 14th place, but with the pack so close, a move forward could happen any second. Zealand Fox 413 is making a bold move, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 4 cars. Lian Yashin is closing in on Nouveau Life, shrinking the gap by 2 seconds. Papa Cassie is climbing up 1 spot to 13th place. Princess Wildface is on a roll, climbing up to 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Mari Freeze is inching closer to the top 10, now in 11. Papa Katsi is right behind, moving up to 12th. Cherofa Kitten is climbing to 15th place. Patsorts is advancing to 17th place. Anaxagorax is pushing up to 18th place. New for Life is holding on to that 7th place, but Yasnin 196 is applying pressure. Anaxagorax and Patswords are locked in a close fight for the 17th spot. Penske Motorsport is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, now just under a second behind. Anaxagorax has climbed 1 spot to take the 17th place. Wow, Amy, you really sped past the competition. Congratulations on the win at Snetterton 300. Congratulations to Amy for winning the race. Well done, Amy. You really drove that car like you own the track. As for the prizes, Maya, you snagged the fastest lap, which means you get to claim the 1966 Chaparral 2E. Nice work showing off your skills. Pippi Langstrumpf, you made the most overtakes, so your reward is the 1966 Lola T70 Mark on a Chevrolet. Sounds like a fun set of cars for all of you. Sure, here's a fun fact about the Laguna Seca Vintage track. Did you know that the track is famous for its challenging turn called the corkscrew? It's a double apex downhill corner that drops so suddenly, it feels like you're about to take a leap off the track. It's a favorite for thrill seekers and a nightmare for those trying to keep their cars on the road. Without a doubt, it's one of the most iconic and exhilarating sections in racing history. Ooh, this is a classic matchup. Lian Yashin is racing for the first time this month, so she might be a bit rusty, or maybe eager to make a strong comeback. As for Cloudy, with no info at all, it's like betting on a mystery box. Since both are in the same car at Laguna Seca Vintage, the driver skill and race de nerves will probably decide the winner. Honestly, I'd lean toward the driver with the most recent experience, so I might give a slight edge to Lian, just because she's been in the seat this month. But hey, anything can happen on that tricky track. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Laguna Seca Vintage. Lux Ravenous is starting out on pole in a 2014 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the others will catch up. Pippi Langstrumpf is leading the pack, followed closely by Lux Ravenous in second place. Mutube is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Woeful Life and A Better Bloke are neck and neck for 6th place. Bufininitin is climbing up to 10th. Bufininitin and Bethraylim are locked in a close fight for 9th. Blackbeard just made a huge leap to first place. Yasnina 96 is closing in fast, overtaking 13 cars to move up to second. Pippi Langstrumpf and Yasmin 196 are nose to nose for second place now. Lian Yashin is on a roll, climbing up to the 17th place. I am gaining ground, now 19th after overtaking 3 cars. Dalman Salmon is also making moves, now in 20th after passing 3 competitors. Buffy 19 and Butchazero are nose to tail for 9th place. Cloudy is climbing up 1 spot to 17th. Lian Yashin and Cloudy are locked in a close fight for 17th. Lux Ravenous and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose at the front. Maya, just climbed one spot to 18. Lian Yashin and Maya are practically glued together for the same position. Lux Ravenous takes the lead, climbing to first place. Mu Tuba is not far behind, now in second. Dr. Felix Azo advances, claiming third. Kanchan ain't Sudin Chat. Penske Motorsport is climbing to fourth place. New for Life is now in fifth. A Better Bloke is knocking on the top 5 door in sixth. Blackbeard is climbing to 20th place. Yasnin 196 is also moving up to 21st. Hippie Langstrup is making a move to 22nd. Looks like they're all eager to catch the leaders. Dr. Felix is now in second place. Penske Motorsport has moved into third. Salmon Samun has climbed to 17th. Maya is charging through the field, now in 13th place after overtaking 6 cars. Penske Motorsport and Dr. Felix are locked in a close fight for second place. New for Life is climbing steadily, now in 4th position after gaining 1 spot. Senor Flip Flopona 100 and 2020 is on the move, climbing up to 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is dropping back to 21 after losing 8 positions. Mutub is falling even further, now in 22nd place after dropping 10 spots. Lux Ravenous and Dr. Felix are nose to nose at the front. Ingona Kringleberry is closing in on Cthulhu Kachu, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Lux Ravenous is now in first place. Penske Motorsport has moved up to second. New for Life is climbing into third. Looks like a tight battle at the top, buddy. Hingle McKringleberry's car is a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, starting from the 14th position. They are currently in 11th place with a lap time of 17.398. Looks like they're making some moves, but still have room to improve. Blackbeard is really having a rough time dropping to 23rd. Penske Motorsport is gaining on Lux Ravenous, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Penske Motorsport and Lux Ravenous are nose to tail for the lead. This is getting intense. Congratulations to Penske Motorsport on their victory. Looks like all those hours in the garage paid off. Well done. Wow! Penske Motorsport really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations to them, they clearly know how to drive their virtual cars to the finish line. That was a fantastic performance. And I guess the AI team just showed us how it's done. Cheers to Penske Motorsport for taking home the win. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar probably has the edge. It's known for its powerful engine and sharp handling, especially suited for a track like Calabogie. The Honda IndyCar is no slouch either, but the Chevrolet tends to have a slight performance advantage on fast, technical circuit. So if I was betting, I'd put my chips on the Chevy taking the win. Alright, we have Wrestling 567 in a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar and Plubus 3 in a 2018 Honda IndyCar. Both are solid choices, but the car itself can make a big difference around Calabogie. The Chevrolet tends to have a slight edge in torque and straight line speed, which could give Wrestling 567 an advantage on the longer, faster sections. On the other hand, the Honda might handle the tight turns a bit better, potentially making Plubus 3 more agile around the twists and turns. If I had to bet, I'd lean towards Wrestling 567 just because the Chevrolet's raw power might give it the push needed on this track. But watch out for Plubus 3's finesse in the corners. That could totally shake things up. It's going to be a close one. Alright everyone, the race is heating up at Calabogie Motorsports Park, and Starbucks is starting on pole in a sleek 2018 Honda IndyCar. Let's see if they can hold that lead, or if the other cars have plans to overtake. Ingo McCringleberry has taken an early lead. Starbucks is right behind in second, and Plubus 3 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Starbucks and Ingo McCringleberry are still neck and neck at the front. Wrestling 567 just slipped into third place. Sophie and Plubus 3 are battling hard for fourth position. Starbucks is now in first place. Wrestling 567 has moved into second. Sophie has climbed into fourth. The race is heating up. Pro 3 is holding off Plubus 3 by a car length for 7th place. X Ragnaroks and Lin Yashin are nose to tail for 10th. The Critical Egg and Penske Motorsport are swapping positions every corner for 12th. Indigo Pate is in 14th place, cruising along in a Honda IndyCar. Looks like a steady race so far. No drama, no overtakes. Comet we just overtook. Amy for the 19th place. Looks like Amy is not giving up that easily. Cometwe just climbed one spot to 19th place. Shoebox TV and Ronnie Rampage are nose to nose for 21st. Comet V is in the Chevrolet IndyCar, starting from the 17th position. Looks like they're hanging around the middle of the pack, not making much noise so far. Lian Yeshin is climbing up to 9th place. X Ragnaroks is right behind her, also fighting for 9th. They're nose to tail in this tight battle. Ronnie Rampage is climbing up to 19th place. Ronnie Rampage and Cometwe are nose to tail for 18th place. Cometwe advances one spot to take 18th place. Pippi Langstrom and Cometwe are nose to nose for 18th. Shoebox TV and Amy are locked in a close fight for 21st. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 18th place. Maya is advancing to 22nd. Maya and Amy are nose to nose for 21st. Ronnie Rampage is in a Honda IndyCar, starting from the 21st position. Their race time isn't showing a best lap, so they might be struggling to keep pace or haven't completed a timed lap yet. Move for Life is in 16th place with the fastest lap of 1:44.652. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Shoebox TV is in 22nd place with a fastest lap of 1:46.824. Their race looks like a struggle with the slowest lap times so far. Pippi Langstrom is driving a Honda IndyCar and is currently in the last place. Their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Move for Life is in 16th place with a Chevrolet IndyCar. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep pace. Congratulations, Starbucks! Looks like you left everyone in the dust at Calabogie Motorsports Park. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Starbucks really pulled off an amazing win. Congratulations! That was an impressive performance. Looks like all that training paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Oh, the Interlomas track is quite the sneaky one. Did you know that it's built on a terrain that almost feels like it's trying to trip up the cars? It's got these sharp turns and unexpected bumps that make every lap an adventure. Honestly, it's like the track has a personality of its own, just waiting to catch out the most confident drivers. Perfect place for some thrilling races. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final choices now before it's too late. We don't want any last-minute panic buys, do we? Get those selections in and let's see which cars are about to hit the track. Hey there, deplorably Apple. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back for some car racing excitement. Ready to see some AI cars battle it out? Oh, this is quite the matchup. The classic charm of the 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT against the high-tech, turbocharged 2014 Nissan GT-R Nissan T. If I had to bet, I'd say the Nissan might have the edge with its modern technology and raw power. But hey, the Lamborghini's got style, and a little bit of that old-school muscle. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Let's see which driver and car come out on top in Interlomas. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Interlomas, and Amy is leading the pack in her 2012 Rough CTR3. She's on pole position, so let's see if she can hold on to that spot or if the others will catch up. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by Senor Flip Fliponho in 2020 in second place, and Lin Yashin in third. Looks like a tight start already. Deplorably Apple is on a roll, climbing 3 places to second. Lian Yashin and Deplorable Apple are nose-to-nose for second. Lin Lilac is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 6th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing nicely into 5th place. Squatbender is making a move into 8th. Yam Chubby Panda is gaining ground into 15. Looks like Yam Chubby Panda and Maya are nose-to-nose for 14. Maya just gained a spot to take the 13th place. She's now nose-to-nose with Aussie 2002 for 12. B. Goldnerd is climbing up to 16. Yum Chubby Panda is driving a vintage street car, a 1967 Plymouth GTX. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but staying in the race. Cthulhukachu is dropping like a stone to 17th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing steadily to take 4th. Squatbender and Linlilac are nose-to-nose fighting for 7th. Up. Penske Motorsport is chipping away at Squat Bender's lead, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. I am moving up one spot to take 8th place. Pippi Langström is also climbing up one spot to take 9th. Pippi and I are now battling it out for 8th place, so expect some fireworks soon. The modern street cars are dominating the front with the fastest driver leading. Vintage and retro cars are mostly stuck behind, likely struggling with track grip or handling. The track favors newer tech, making it tough for older models to keep up. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place. Squat Bender is also moving up to 7th. Then Lilac and Squat Bender are nose to tail, fighting for that 7th spot. Penske Motorsport is right behind Linliet now. Shikamaru is gaining on Maya and closing the gap. Aussie 222 is hot on Shikamaru's tail, closing in fast. Pippi Langström is driving a 2011 McLaren MP 4-12C, which is known for its balanced performance and agility. Their race seems to be struggling a bit with the slowest lap time among modern cars, so they might be facing some challenges maintaining pace. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on deplorable level, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Squat Bender is climbing up to 7th place. I am moving up to 8th place, and it's a tight fight between me and the Lilac for that position. Maya is now in 8th place, climbing one spot. Shikamaru has moved into 10th place, also up one spot. Aussie 2002 is in 11th place, gaining one position. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on deplorable level, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Pippi Langström is climbing up one spot to 12. Penske Motorsport and Pippi Langström are nose to nose for that 12th place. Wow, Amy just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Congratulations to Amy for taking the win. Well done indeed, you should be proud. Now, for those of you who managed to set the fastest lap, Hingle McCringleberry, you're up for claiming that shiny 2018 Donkervoort D8G. 2.0, not a bad prize for pure speed. Sure. The 1997 McLaren F1 GT was one of the rarest supercars out there, with only a handful ever made. It's actually considered one of the fastest cars of its time, capable of reaching speeds over 200 miles per hour. And get this, it had a central driving position, giving the driver a race car feel, which is pretty unusual for street cars. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down, so hurry up and make your choice before the race starts. Don't miss out on the fun. Hey, Camteoteron 1234. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Wow, this is quite the classic showdown. Shikamaru with that legendary 1997 McLaren F1 GT is definitely bringing some serious speed and prestige to the track. But then again, Connor Malady has that sleek 1992 Jaguar XJ220, which was a marvel back in its day. Honestly, I think the McLaren might have a slight edge with its more modern engineering and lower weight, but the Jaguar's aerodynamics and raw power can't be underestimated. It's a close call, but I'm leaning toward Shikamaru with the McLaren taking the win. Still, racing is unpredictable, so let's see how it unfolds. Alright folks, the race has kicked off at Donington Park GP. Leading the pack is Dacitur in a 1991 Bugatti EB 110 SS, starting on pole. Let's see if that vintage beast can keep up with the modern chaos. Dacitur has taken the lead right out of the gate. Kamtiotarona, 234, is holding strong in second place. Zotsfired is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Zotsfired just overtook someone to climb into second place. Kamtiotaronan, 234, and Zotsfired are nose to nose in that battle for second. England McCringleberry is making a move up to 6th. Looks like he's got some fight left. Zotsfied is holding strong in second place while Amy is trying to squeeze past. England McCringleberry is climbing up to 4th, looking to make a move. Zotsfired and Amy are still neck and neck for second place. Shikamaru is climbing fast, now in 10th. Maya is also making moves, up to 11th. No for Life is making a nice surge, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is closing in on Sassiter, cutting the gap by a full second. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 3rd place, gaining 1 spot. Huskyhog is climbing to 7th place. Shikamaru is now in 9th, and I am inching closer to the top 10 in 10th. Huskyhog and Morningstar Sol are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Shikamaru is sneaking up 1 spot to 8. Maya and Jordan F are nose to tail for 9th. Huskyhog is climbing up to 6th place. Maya is making a move to 9th. Penske Motorsport is chipping away at Lian Yashin's lead, closing in by over 2 seconds. Sasatur is trying to overtake Amy for the lead. Maya and Shikamaru are nose to tail for 8th place. Looks like a fun fight. Hingle, McCringleberry and Zassiter are nose to nose for 2nd place. Maya is climbing 2 spots to 7th. Jordan F is advancing 1 spot to 9th. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing up to second place. Penske Motorsport is also moving up to 10th. Morning Starsel and Penske Motorsport are nose to nose for that 10th spot. Connor Malady's closing in on Leon Yoshin fast, cutting the gap by 7.7 seconds. I see. Maya is gaining on Husky Hog, closing in by 140 seconds. Justin Gilks is climbing up one spot to take the 11th place. Gesatura just overtook someone to take second place. Sots Fiat is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Husky Hog is inching closer to Cam Theodoron 234, cutting the distance by 2.6 seconds. Husky Hog and Cam Theodoron 1234 are locked in a tight fight for 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Gesatura, cutting the gap by 1.1 second. Maya is climbing 2 spots to sit in 5th place. Cam Theodoron 234 and Maya are nose to nose for 5th position. Wow, Amy, you really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. Looks like all that practice paid off. Wow, Amy, you really took that race by storm. Congratulations on your win. You earned it with some impressive driving there. And look at that. Hingle McCringleberry. You pulled off the fastest lap. That's some serious speed. You get to claim the 1989 Ferrari F40 LM. A true classic. Maya, you also made the most overtakes, which is no small feat. You can also claim the same iconic car, the 1989 Ferrari F40 LM. Looks like everyone's aiming for those legendary retro street cars today. Alright everyone, time is ticking. Make your final pick before it's too late. Don't miss out on choosing your favorite car, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI gives you. Hurry up and lock in that selection. Hey there, Turbo Benzina. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to witness some crazy AI cars battling it out. Sit tight and enjoy the race. Well, this is a classic showdown between two vintage beauties. Atina CNC is behind the wheel of a 1995 40 FG01. It's a car that definitely has its charm. but isn't exactly known for speed or agility. On the other hand, Amy is racing in a 1995 Jordan 95, which was more competitive and had a bit more pedigree during that era. Considering the cars and their historical performance, I'd say Amy's Jordan might have the upper hand here. It's like bringing a little more finesse to the race, even if both cars are from the same year. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Still, I'd place my bets on Amy taking the victory today. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Curitiba, and Takeda Kibre is leading the pack. Starting on pole with that classic 1995 McLaren MP 410. It's gonna be a fun one to watch. Takeda Kibre has taken an early lead with Penske Motorsport right behind in second place. Just Anekv is holding steady in third. Looks like a close battle already brewing. Scorched Log is charging through the field, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 5th place, gaining 1 spot. Chizan Dashauer is making moves, now in 12th, after gaining 2 positions. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to climb into 4th place. Amy is also making moves, now in 10th. The real action is between Amy and Scorched Log for 9th place. Looks like a close fight. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Trash Crashton is now in 10th place. Princess Wildface has moved into 11th. Amy is closing in on the top 8. Just Anekv is climbing to 2nd place. Maya is now in 5th. Adonat 44 has moved into 6th. Max Spirelli and Rosaurus are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Scorched Log and Max Spirelli are also close for 9th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 15th. Max Spirelli advances 1 spot to 8th place. Trash Crashton climbs 2 spots to 9th. Princess Wildface moves up 1 spot to 11th. Princess Wildface is climbing to 10th place. Chizan Dashauer is now 12th. Anarchy Hixix has moved into 17th. Maya and Lian Yashin are nose to tail for 4th place. Adonat 44 and Maya are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Chizan Dashauer just sneaked past a few cars to claim 11th. Scorched Log is climbing up to 12th place. Pippi Langstrom is also moving up to 14th place. Tails of Strilly and Pippi are nose-to-nose for the next spot. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 13th place. Tails of Strilly and Rosaurus are nose-to-nose for 14. Cherrific Kitten and Hingle Kringleberry are locked in a close fight for 18. Princess Wildface is closing in on Max Spirelli, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Adonat 44 and Amy are still battling for 6th place. Trash Crashton just gained 1 spot, now in 8th. Hey Jordan 8. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back in the race. Hope you're ready for some car action. Trash Crashton is gaining on. Amy now just a second behind. Athena CNC has climbed 1 spot to 15. Rosaurus and Athena CNC are nose to nose fighting for 15th place. Turbo Benzina just overtook Rosaurus and now sits in 15th place. They're still neck and neck, both pushing hard for that spot. Wow, Takeda Kibri really took the lead and crossed the finish line first. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Takeda Kibri took the race by storm. Congratulations, that was a really impressive run. And hey Amy, you won the bet race, so you get to claim that classic 1995. Jordan 95 Jordan. Well deserved. Looks like the victory lap is turning out to be quite the prize fest today. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Tor Poznan reverse circuit, I'd probably go with the 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154. It's got that legendary Formula 1 pedigree which might just give it the edge on a twisty reverse layout. Plus, with its aerodynamics and power at the time, it could handle the tricky corners better than the others. The auto unions are fast, but I think the Merc might just have a little more finesse for this particular track. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. On one side, we have chubby boy RJ in the 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154, a car known for its aggressive racing pedigree and slick handling. For its era. On the other side, Mu for Life, with the Auto Union Type D, which is basically a legend from the same period, famous for its innovative engineering and impressive power. Given their historical performance, the Auto Union Type D was known for its exceptional speed and agility on the track. But the Mercedes-Benz W154 was no slouch either, especially with its aerodynamic design and balanced handling. Honestly, I'd probably give a slight edge to the Auto Union because of its reputation for dominating those straightaways, which I imagine will be a big factor on Tor Poznan reverse. But, hey, with AI driving these classics, who knows? Might come down to a tiny mistake or a perfect line. We'll see. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Tor Poznan reverse with Penske Motorsport leading the pack in a vintage 1938 Maserati 8 CTF. Looks like they've got an early advantage, but anything can happen with these AI cars. Stay tuned. Penske Motorsport has shot to the front right at the start. Samun Zamun is holding strong in second place. And Tangadaki TTV is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Salman Samun is now in first place. Lian Yesid has climbed 2 spots to third. Tangadaki TTV and Lian are nose to nose for third. Tangadaki TTV is climbing to third place. Stabigay Kilims is now 8. Amy is inching into 12th. Penske Motorsport and Samun are nose to tail at the front. Stabigay Kilims just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th. Stabigay Kilims and Zero Time Alive are fighting hard for 6th place. Stabigay Kilims just overtook someone to claim 6th place. Jax in the box is inching closer to the top with 9th place. Lirusel is making a move, now in 10th after climbing 2 spots. Lirusel and Jacinda Box are nose to nose for 9th place. New for Life and Chubby Boy RJ are locked in a close fight for 14th. Hippie Langstrom just sneaked up 1 spot to 20th. Tangadaki TTV and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for 2nd place. Jagishat just snuck past 1 car to sit in 11th. Chmagitat and Lirusel are locked in a close fight for 10th. Global Hadsel is making a bold move up to 16th place. Tangadaki TTV is climbing to 2nd. Jagishat is inching into 10th. Kilo Juliet Delta just climbed 1 spot to 20. Autumn Thunderbird also moved up 1 to 24. Silhouette and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to tail for 24. Zaprandigan just gained a spot and is now in the 18th place. Kilo Juliet Delta and Imogen Tempus are nose to nose for 19th. Silhouette and Autumn Thunderbird are locked in a close fight for 24. Kilo Juliet Delta is climbing up to 19th place. Hermit Media is sneaking into 22. Silhouette and Autumn Thunderbird are locked in a close fight for 24-20. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 2nd place. Global Excel is inching closer to 15. Chubby Boy RJ and Global Cell are nose to tail for 15. Zero Team Liev is climbing up to 6th place. Stabby Gale Kilims and Zero Time Alive are neck and neck for that spot. Globals Excel and Do for Life are locked in a close fight for 14. Drewer Falls is climbing up to 7th place. Stabby Gale Kilims and Drewer Falls are nose to nose for 7. Budatsaror and Lirusel are locked in a close fight for 11. Zero Team Live is climbing up to 5th place. Stabby Gay Kilims and Drewer Falls are still neck and neck for 7. Buddha Zeror is making a move to 12. Stabby Gail Kilims and Drewer Falls are nose to nose for 7th place. Amy and Lear Russo are locked in a close fight for 12. Chubby Boy RJ just gained a spot and is now 15th. Jimagishat and Jackson Davos are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Global is climbing up to 13th. Hermit Media is making a move to 20th. Jimagishat is just ahead of Jackson Davos in 9th place. They are neck and neck, no room for error. Basket and Fee and Silhouette are trading positions in the 26th spot. Looks like a close fight at the back. Wow, Salmon took the top spot again. Guess they're just too fast for the rest of us. Wow, Salmon really showed us how it's done. Great job winning that race, you truly powered through. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Sochi Autodrome, I would say the 26 McLaren MP 421. It's known for its speed and agility, especially on circuits with a mix of straights and corners. Plus, back in the day, McLaren had a reputation for pushing the limits, so I'd put my money on that one to come out ahead. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown's almost done, so make your choice before we start the race. Don't want to miss out on the fun. Alright. So we have Bleach Map C with a 26 Spiker M16, and Penske Motorsport with a 2006 BMW Sauber F1606, racing at Sochi Autodrome. Both cars are pretty vintage now, but still pack some character. The Spike is a bit of an underdog, kind of like that quirky friend who surprises you at the last minute. On the other hand, the BMW Sauber F16 is like that reliable veteran who's seen it all and knows the track well. Given the cars they're driving, I'd lean towards Penske Motorsport's BMW for a solid, consistent performance, because that car has a decent mix of speed and stability. But hey, Bleach Map C might pull a rabbit out of the hat with that quirky Spiker. It's really going to come down to how well each AI handles the corners and overtakes. So I'll put my chips on Penske. But we'll see if the underdog can make some noise. Alright folks, the race is underway at Sochi Autodrome, and leading the pack is Dudes Mocha Blunt in the classic 2006 Ferrari 248. Seems like he's got the early lead, but this race is far from over. Stay tuned. Dudes Mocha Blunt is leading the race, followed closely by Amy in second place. Spikos is currently in third. Let's see if anyone can shake up this top trio early on. Hot Bolognese is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 15. Move for Life, and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for 7th. Lian Yashin just gained 1 spot to 10th. Lian and Sher Gamrazach are locked in a close fight for 9th. Lian Yashin and Pero Gamrazach are nose to nose for 9th place. Bishens and Pippi Langstrom are also locked in a close fight for 11th. Arayu Serial is making a move, climbing up to 13. Leach Mepsi and Spikebulls are nose to nose for 3rd place. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 9. Bishens and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 11th. Betsmar is climbing to 15th place. Nyarlathotep 988 is advancing to 18th place. Betsmar is climbing 1 spot to 14. Pingle McCringleberry is also moving up 1 to 15. Nulavi is making a similar move to 16. Looks like they're all on the rise. The F1 2006 cars seem pretty evenly matched on this track, so it's all about driver skill and strategy. Sulky's tight corners and long straights are giving some an edge, while others struggle to keep pace. Nulavi advances to 15th place. Nyarlathotep 98 also climbs to 16th place. Yingalmir Kringleberry and Nyarlathotep 988 are nose to nose for the 16th spot. Tangaducky TTV is driving a Renault R26 and is currently in 7th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but not exactly setting the world on fire. Yaboy Lola is driving a Honda Ray A106, which is known for its balance but not the fastest in this field. Their race seems to be steady but not making much progress, sitting in 14th place. Lian Yashin is driving a McLaren MP 421 and is currently in 10th place. Looks like she's holding steady but hasn't made any big moves yet. Dude Nokia Blunt is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Ariel Serial is driving a Williams FW28 and is currently in the middle of the pack in 16th place. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 52.378, which shows they're holding their own but still have room to improve. Dude Smoke Blunt is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Hishank is driving a Renault R26 and is currently in the 13th place. Their fastest lap is 1:52.857, which is pretty solid but not enough to move up much. Looks like they're holding steady but not making big moves. Dude Smokey Blunt is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Wow. Dude Smoke Blunt just took the win at Sochi. Looks like someone's got the magic touch. Congrats on the victory. Wow, dude, Smokey Blunt really pulled ahead and took the victory. Nice job. That was some impressive driving. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and acceleration. Since it's a short and possibly twisty circuit, a car that can swiftly change direction and get up to speed quickly will have the upper hand. Power is important. But if your car can't stay glued to the road or maneuver through tight corners efficiently, you're not going to fare well. So, nimbleness and quick throttle response are what I'd be valuing most here. Hey everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your picks now or forever hold your peace. Don't miss your chance to influence the race. Time's running out. Alright, so we've got Maya behind the wheel of a 1997 Volvo Sporty and Lynn Yashin, and a 1993 Ford Mondeo. Honestly, the Volvo's a solid choice for reliability, but it might not have the speed edge here. The Mondeo, on the other hand, is known for a bit more agility. If I had to guess, I'd say the Ford Mondeo might have the upper hand just because of its agility and lighter weight. But hey, it's AI racing, so anything can happen. Who do you think has the edge? Alright folks, the race is kicking off at JS Turbo Short Track. Anakizix is on pole, revving up in a classic 1992 BMW 318 IL. Let's see if that old school charm can keep up. Anakizix has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is holding second place, and I'm right behind her in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Lien Yashin and I are locked in a close fight for third place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up one spot to take ninth. Pippi Langstrup and Hingle are battling fiercely for ninth position. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 8th place. Penske Motorsport and Hingle are still nose to nose for that spot. New for Life is making a move up to 11th. Pippi Langstrup and Penske Motorsport are nose to nose for 9th place. Tokidokibre just gained one spot and is now in 19th. Iron Cross, Wooden Cross and Tokidokibre are also battling for 19th. Squatbender and Screwchamp are nose-to-nose for 15th place. Nulavi just nudged up one spot to 17th, and is now eyeing Squatbender for 16th. The fight for those middle positions is heating up. Squatbender is driving a 1991 Honda Civic SAR2 in the Group N class. They are currently in the 16th place, so it looks like they're holding their own but not quite challenging the front runners. Scroogechamp is climbing to 14th place. Nulavi is now 17th. King Groot has moved into 19th. Looks like everyone's making a little progress. Rosegold Gaming just overtook someone to move up to 6th place. Debu Ogi and Rosegold Gaming are nose-to-nose for 6th. Squatbender and Gamingto Fight Cancer are locked in a close fight for 15th. Maya is holding a solid 3rd, but is a good chunk behind the leaders. Fastest lap shows he's got the pace, but he needs to find a way to overtake or the podium might slip away. Enes Savage is driving a 1997 Citroën ZX. They're currently in 18th place, just ahead of Nulavi. Their lap time is decent but not quite catching the leaders. Kingroot is driving a 1986 Audi Quattro A2. He's currently in 8th place overall, which is pretty solid for a Group N car. Looks like he's making a steady climb up the ranks. Screwchamp is racing a 1990 Subaru Legacy RS in Group N. They're currently in 15th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 17 seconds, which suggests they're holding a steady pace, but not quite enough to climb higher. Baze McGee is driving a 1994 Alfa Romeo 155T. They're holding a solid 5th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute 14.468 seconds. Looks like they're staying competitive. Nulavi and Gamingto Fight Cancer are neck and neck for 15th place. King Groot and Sanar Savage are trading paint for 18th. Frogsworth is climbing up to 22nd. Looks like someone's got the juice. Congratulations to Anarchisix for taking the top spot. Looks like they were in a league of their own today. Wow! Congratulations to Anarchisix on winning the race! That's some impressive driving. Now, for those lucky drivers who can claim a car, Maya managed to snag the fastest lap. So she's taking home the 1997 Volvo 40 from BTC. And Shingle McCringleberry, you made the most overtakes, which means you get the 1999 Opel Vectra from BTC. Well done, everyone! Sure thing. Did you know that the NASCAR cars from the 1970s were so powerful and loud that they could basically wake up the entire neighborhood? It was like a rolling thunderstorm on wheels. Plus, back then, safety gear was pretty minimal, which makes you wonder how many of those racers survived to tell the tales. Alright folks, this is a classic showdown. On one side, Amy with her 1971 Ford Torino, looking all vintage and fierce. On the other, Penske Motorsport with that sleek Chevrolet, Monte Carlo DeCarlo. Both are solid choices from the same era. But it's really about which car handles better on Lakeside Park. The Torino has that raw muscle car vibe, while the Monte Carlo is known for its smoothness and stability. If I had to place a bet, I'd say Amy's Torino might have a slight edge in agility around the twists and turns. But you never count out the classic power of the Monte Carlo. It's a close call, but I'm leaning toward Amy's Torino just because of its slightly more aggressive stance. Let's see if the AI driving can turn that into victory or if Penske's smooth operator pulls through. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Lakeside Park. Trash Crashton is on pole, rolling in a 1971 AMC Matador door-to-door. Looks like we're in for some vintage chaos. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Trash Crashton in second and the Lightning Thief holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Trash Crashton has just overtaken New for Life to take the lead. New for Life is not giving up easily and is sticking close behind. Papa Cassie and Alex Hasnobrain are still neck and neck for 6th place. Papa Cassie is climbing to 6th place. Ruki Miriki and Alex Hasnobrain are nose to nose for 7th. Maya is advancing to 10th and is in a close fight with Rex and Zero. Maya is slicing through the field and now in 1st place. Alex Hasnobrain is closing in on the top 3. Trash Crashton and Maya are neck and neck for the lead, making it a race to remember. Wentis Tapsambong X is making a strong push, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Trash Crashton is holding tight at the front, now in 1st place. New for Life is climbing, moving up 2 spots to take 2nd. Asha Nurten is now in 10th place. Gabby the Minimac has climbed to 11th. Mutuba is in 12th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Singoshi just overtook someone to move into 12th place. Mutube and Singoshi are nose to tail for 12th. Penske Motorsport and Mutube are also locked in a close fight for 13th. Mutuba is driving a Dodge Charger and is currently in the 16th place. Their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Mutuba and Singoshi are neck and neck for 12th place. Queen Manda just sneaked up one spot to 17th. Singoshi is racing a 1971 Dodge Charger and currently in the 12th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making much progress. The track seems to favor the classic muscle cars with the AMC Matador and Ford Torino leading, but the tight corners might be shaking up the positions a bit. Mutuba is driving a Dodge Charger and is currently in the 13th place. Their lap time is significantly slower than the others, suggesting they might be struggling or having issues. Singoshi advances to 11th place. Mutuba also moves up to 12th place. Gabitha Minimac and Mutuba neck and neck for 12th place. Amy just gained a spot, now in 13th. Penske Motorsport is inching closer to Gabitha Minimac, closing the gap by a second and a half. Wow, Trash Crashton, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congrats on the win! Congratulations to Trash Crashton. You really showed everyone how it's done out there. Well-deserved victory. And a big shout out to Amy for winning the bet race. You get to claim that classic 1971 Ford Torino. That car is a real beauty. Well done. Here's a fun fact for you. The British Touring Car Championship, or BTC, is famous for its close racing and exciting battles on the track. Did you know that the cars in this series are often modified production vehicles? That means they're pretty much like the cars you could buy at the dealership, but with some serious upgrades for racing. So, next time you're stuck in traffic and see a sleek race car zooming by, just remember it might be based on a car you could technically own. Alright folks, time's almost up. Make your choices before the countdown ends, or you'll have to settle for whatever the AI picks for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, this is a classic showdown between a vintage Renault and an Opel from the late 90s. The Renault 19 was known for its decent handling and somewhat sporty feel, while the Opel Vectra, especially the 1999 model, was more of a comfortable cruiser with decent performance. Given the Hockenheimring Vintage EP, I'd say the Renault might have a slight edge in agility, especially on those narrower sections and tight corners. The Vectra might struggle a bit with nimbleness but could make up some ground with straight-line speed. My bet is on Pippi Langstrup driving the Renault to possibly take the win. But don't count out Hingle McCringleberry pulling off an upset if the Opel can maximize its straightaway potential. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Hockenheimring Vintage GP, and on pole is Leon Yashin in a classic 1993 Renault 19. Let's see if that vintage charm can outpace the others today. Pippi Langstrup is leading the race, with Leanne Yashin right behind her in second place. Ingo McCringleberry is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. New for Life is climbing fast, just overtook 3 cars to reach 5th place. Leanne Yashin is now in the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st. Pippi Langstrup and Leanne Yashin are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Cheryl Mitsuroses is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Pippi Langstrup and Leanne Yashin are nose-to-nose fighting for the lead. N-Body Notes just gained 1 position to 3rd. Body Notes and Pippi Langstrup are still neck and neck for 2nd place. Amy and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 4th. Maya is climbing up to 8th place, making some moves. N-Body Notes just overtook someone and is now in 2nd place. Pippi Langstrup and N-Body Notes are nose to nose for 2nd. Amy and New for Life are battling hard for 4th. Pippi Langstrup just overtook someone to take 2nd place. N-Body Notes and Pippi Langstrup are nose to tail for that spot. Amy climbs up to 4th, closing in. N-Body Notes just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Amy is also climbing up, now in 3rd. Pippi Langstrup and Amy are nose to nose for 3rd place. Maya is now in 8th place, climbing 1 spot. Penske Motorsport is up 2 spots and now in 11th. SS Davin Games and Krishki are nose to nose for 17. Cheryl Mitsuroses and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 6th place. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 10th. Penske Motorsport and Hyper 7 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Cool Noses and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 6th place. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 9th. Turbo Benzina is also moving up to 10th. New for Life just overtook someone to take 4th place. Looks like the battle for 4th is heating up between Pippi Langstrup and New for Life. Cheryl Mitsuroses is climbing up to 6th. Things are getting interesting. Amy just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Pippi Langstrup and New for Life are nose to nose for 4th. Pani 3 and SS7 Games are locked in a close fight around the 18th spot. Numvu for Life is making a move to second place. Body Notes is closing in, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Pippi Longstrump is climbing up to fourth. Maya is holding steady in fourth place. Husky Hog is gaining on Deluxe Combo but still a bit behind. Cheryl Mitsu Roses is making a quiet move into the top 5. Amy is leading comfortably at the front. And Body Notes and New for Life are nose to tail for third place. Maya is climbing up to 7th just ahead of Penske Motorsport, who's also pushing for 8th. Looks like a fun scrap for those positions. Body Notes is climbing up to 3rd place. New for Life is right behind him, both fighting for that 3rd spot. Maya and Pippi Longstrump are locked in a close duel for 6th. Husky Hog is racing in 1995 seat Ibiza, which is known for its nimbleness and agility. They're currently in 22nd place, just a few seconds behind the leaders, but their lap time suggests they're hanging in there. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 9th place. Turbo Benzina and Hingle are nose to nose for that same position. Wolf's Light and SS7 Games are locked in a close fight for 18th. Congratulations, Leanne. You really took the checkered flag with style. Looks like the race was no match for you. Wow! Congratulations to Leon Yoshin on winning the race. That was an impressive drive. Now, a big shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. Looks like you earned that classic 1997 Volvo S40. And Pippi Longstrump, since you took home the bet race victory, you've got yourself a 1993 Renault 19. Nice work, everyone! Here's a fun fact about the classic NASCAR racing cars. Did you know that back in the day, these cars were built almost like street cars, but with a lot of racing magic sprinkled in? They had to be incredibly tough, because racing was intense and crash-heavy. Plus, many of the engines were so powerful, they basically roared like thunder down the track. It's like watching a bunch of street cars that decided to go all out and become racing legends. Alright. So Amy has a pretty solid record with 60 wins out of 805 races, and a rank of 3. Pippi Langstrup has a slightly better win count with 70 wins but is ranked lower at 10. That suggests Pippi might be a bit more aggressive. Or maybe just got lucky a few more times. Given the stats, I'd lean towards Amy just because her higher rank might mean she's been consistently performing well at a higher level of competition. But don't count Pippi out. With a bit of adrenaline, she could shake things up. In the end, I'd say Amy has the edge. But Pippi could surprise us all and take the win. Let's see how it plays out. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Auto 24 Rain, and leading the pack we have Gabby the Minimac in a classic 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, sitting on pole. This is going to be a nostalgic cruise or a wild ride, who knows? Gabby the Minimac is leading the race, followed closely by Hingle McCringleberry in second place. Axton Hits is currently in third, trying to catch up. Hingle McCringleberry and Gabby the Minimac are nose to tail for first place. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to third just behind the action. Axton Hits and Penske Motorsport are locked in a close fight for third. Hingle McCringleberry is now in first place. Gabby the Minimac is right behind him, both fighting for the lead. Axton Hits and Penske Motorsport are nose to nose for third. Axton Hits is climbing to third place. Lian Yashin is also moving up to fifth. Fish to Husky and Solid Shadow Nina T1 are nose to nose for sixth. Eunice Gottlieb is slicing through the field, now in 14th place. Aetherplasm is climbing steadily, now in 11th. The duel between Aetherplasm and Blaming Buddha for 10th is heating up. Expect some fireworks soon. Eunice Gottlieb's just moved up one spot to take the 13th place. Chubby Boy RJ is also climbing 2 spots to claim the 14th position. Zekapal and Chubby Boy RJ are now nose to nose for the 14th spot, so expect some fireworks soon. Tangoducky TTV is climbing nicely to the 17th place. GamerBoss72 is also making moves, now in 19th. Looks like New for Life and GamerBoss72 are nose to nose for that 19th spot. Dongets on 3 just sneaked into the top 12. Eunice Gottlieb and Aetherplasm are nose to nose for 12. Kirukachu and Fraga are locked in a close fight for 21st. Zikapal and Chubby Boy RJ are nose to nose for 14th place. GamerBoss72 is inching up one spot to 18. Deferts and GamerBoss72 are locked in a close fight for 18. Axton Hits is climbing to second place. Lian Yashin is also moving up to fourth. Vishta Husky is chipping away at Solid Shadow 981's lead, closing in by 1.6 seconds. Lian Yashin is climbing to third place. Solid Shadow 981 is now in sixth. Blaming Buddha is closing the gap on Pippi Langstrup by 1.1 seconds. Looks like a battle is brewing. Penske Motorsport is currently in 6th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 33 seconds. Their race seems steady but not quite enough to challenge the leaders yet. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 5th place. Mr. Roche is now in 13th. GamerBoss72 has moved into 16th. Ditsets is in 20th place driving a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air de Detached. Their fastest lap is 1:35.223. So they're hanging around the back, but not completely out of it. GamerBoss72 is climbing to 15th place. Cthulhu Cacho is now 19th. New for Life is knocking on 20th. Looks like everyone's eager to move up a spot today. Hingle McCringleberry is leading in a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. And it's clearly the class of the field so far. Fastest lap by a good margin. Looks like they're cruising comfortably at the front. Aethaplasm is climbing up to 11th place. Mr. Rush is right behind in 12th. They are locked in a close fight for 11th. Mr. Rush is climbing up to 11th place. GamerBoss72 is also moving up to 15th place. Dummits3 and GamerBoss72 are locked in a close fight for 14th place. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the win. Looks like all those laps paid off. Guess they're the king of the track today. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry taking home the win. What a legend! Congratulations! You've really earned that victory. And not only did you win, but you also snagged the fastest lap. So you get to claim a 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. Nice work! Hippie Langstrom. You also won the bet race, so you're claiming the same classic car. Looks like both of you are in for a vintage treat. Great racing, everyone! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Good wood is all about sweeping curves, tight corners, and elevation changes, so a car that can easily navigate through those twists and turns without losing control would be ideal. Top speed is less critical here because the track demands precision and quick reflexes. Overall, A car that feels nimble and responsive would be my top choice for conquering Goodwood's challenging layout. Hey everyone! Hurry up and pick your favorite car now. The clock's almost out and you don't want to miss your chance to cheer for your dream ride. Oh boy, this is like a classic showdown of muscle versus... well, not quite as muscle-y. The El Camino SS is a powerful beast with that V8 engine. Probably the one to watch if you're into raw horsepower. Meanwhile, the Corvette Monza is more quirky and lightweight, so it might have agility on its side, but could struggle with straight-line speed against the El Camino. I'd say Elan 656's El Camino has the edge here for a straight-up race, but don't count out Team Tenatia's Corvair if the course favors quick turns and nimbleness. It's going to be a fun one to see which vintage beast comes out on top. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Goodwood with our classic 1970s street cars. Senyahima's on pole, driving a 1968 Mercedes-Benz 300 SEL. Buckle up, this is gonna be a nostalgic showdown. Dude Smokey Upland has shot off to the lead. Senyahima is holding second, and Skozer Odds is right behind in third. Looks like a pretty clean start so far. Senyahima is now in first place. Dude Smokey Blunt and Senyahima are still neck and neck for the lead. Hippie Langstrom has climbed to 6th place. Rome Spider is climbing to 3rd place. Hippie Langstrom is now in 5th. Alan 656 has moved up to 6th. Team Tenatia climbs to 12th place. Blanky Frankie is closing the gap on Orange Funk by 2.7 seconds. The two are locked in a fierce fight for 19th place. Rome Spider and Dude Smokey Blunt are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Hippie Langstrom just gained 1 spot and is now in 4th. Orange Funk and Lord Crespi are locked in a close fight for 18th. Rome Spider is just ahead of Dude Smokey Blunt in 2nd place. Turbo Benzina and Lithocarp are swapping positions frequently for 9th place. Tyler Drums 31 and Team Tenatia are neck and neck for 12th. Up. Rome Spider is now in second place, climbing one spot. Pippi Langstrom is in third place, also moving up one spot. Alan 656 has moved into fifth place, climbing one spot as well. Tylodromes 31 is climbing one spot to 11th place. Turbo Benzina and Tyler are still neck and neck for 11th place. Amy is advancing one spot to 13th place. Alan 656 is climbing to 4th place. Lian Yashishin is closing in on Dude Smoky Blunt, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Turbo Benzina is moving up to 11th place. Penske Motorsport is gaining on Move for Life. Quickly now, just a second and a half behind. Bunnies of Doom is climbing up to 22nd place, making some moves. Turbo Benzina just overtook someone to reach the 9th spot. Ingle McCringleberry and Turbo Benzina are nose to nose for the 10th position. Litho Carp is right behind them, waiting for a mistake. Rome Spider takes the lead, leaving everyone in the dust. Pippi Langstrom and Zinja Hima are nose to nose for second place. Lian Yashin is closing in on Dude Smoky Blunt, gaining a second and a bit. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to second place. Alan 656 has also moved up one spot to third. Zinja Hima and Alan 656 are nose to nose for third place. Dude Smoke Blunt is really closing the gap on Zinja Hima. Less than a second now. Amy just overtook someone to take 9th place. Orange Funk is climbing up to 14th. Amy is gaining on N-Body Notes, closing the gap to just over a second. Rosaurus is inching closer to Turbo Benzina, closing the distance by a little more than a second. Nuva Life has moved up one spot to sit in the 16th position. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 10th place after climbing one spot. Orange Funk has gained 2 positions and is now in 11th place. Amy is closing in on N-Body Notes, the gap shrinking by a second and a half. Lian Yashin is climbing to 5th place. Amy is now in 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is chipping away at N-Body Notes, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on N-Body Notes, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Nuverlife is climbing up to the 13th spot. T-Bow is narrowing the distance to Team Tenadia by 1 second. Rosaurus is inching closer to Turbo Benzina, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Lord Crespi is climbing up the ranks, moving up one spot to take 21st place. Bunnies of Doom and Lord Crespi are locked in a close fight for 21st position. Well, look at that. Rome Spider just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a fantastic win for Rome Spider. They really drove their way to the top and showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations! Looks like all that AI racing skill paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Ricardo Tormo circuit, I'd say the 2008 Porsche 911 997 GT. 3R is a pretty good shot. It's known for its excellent handling and balance on twisty tracks like Ricardo Tormo. Plus, Porsche has a solid reputation for engineering precision and consistency. The Ferrari F430 GTC and the Lamborghini Gallardo GT3 could also be strong contenders because of their raw power and agility. But the Porsche's reputation for reliability and cornering performance might give it the edge in this particular race. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock is ticking, and we don't want any last-minute panic buying. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow, what a showdown we've got here. Hingle McCringleberry in that vintage Morgan Aero 8 G2, which is more like a classic wine, gets better with age. Meanwhile, Amy's in a 1999 Ford Mustang SVT-SC, which is more like a flash of lightning, fast but a little wild. Honestly, I give the edge to Hingle because that Morgan is built for elegance and handling. The Mustang might have some raw muscle, but it's probably a bit too heavy for Ricardo Tormo's tight corners. So, I'd say Hingle McCringleberry is likely to take this one, unless Amy pulls some serious horsepower out of that SCCA. We'll see if the car choice wins or if the driver's got some tricks up their sleeve. Alright folks, Turbo Benzina is taking the pole in the GTS class, with a classic 2003 seat cover GT. Looks like they're setting the pace right from the start, Ricardo Tormo. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Turbo Benzina is leading the race, followed closely by Lian Yashin in second place. New for Life is currently in third. Looks like a tight battle at the front already. Penske Motorsport is climbing to third place. Penske Motorsport and Lian Yashin are nose to nose for second. Amy is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to fourth. Maya is climbing fast into 5th place. Smurf 20 is making a move into 13th. Now Pink Wolf is sneaking into 16th. Amy is driving a 1999 Ford Mustang. SVTS CA. She's currently in 4th place, holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like she's got some fight left. Pippi Langstrup is driving a 1999 Ford Mustang SVTS CA. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making much noise. Looks like a quiet race for now. The GTS cars seem to be dominating with the top spots, probably thanks to their power and handling at Ricardo Tormo. The TCE class is trailing behind, likely due to less speed and grip on this track. Maya and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for 4th place. Starbucks is climbing up to 17th. Looks like a small race to the middle for now. Maya just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Penske Motorsport and Maya are now nose to tail for that position. Pippi Langstrup and Hingle McCringleberry are battling hard for 7th. Penske Motorsport is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed to 6th, not bad at all. Official Classy Life is in 8th, just ahead of Enrufo Life, who's pushing hard for 7th. The fight for 7th is getting spicy. Official Class Alive is climbing up to 7th place. Uncle Tobin is making a move to 14th. New for Life is currently in 8th place, with a Porsche 911997 G3 Rs. Looks like they're stuck in the back with no lap times recorded, so their race might be more about survival than speed. Turbo Benzina is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Pippi Langstrup is driving a 1999 Ford Mustangs VTS CA. They're currently in 8th place and are about a second behind the driver ahead. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Turbo Benzina is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he slips up. Hingle McCringleberry just nudged ahead of someone to take the 6th place. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are now nose to nose, fighting for that 6th spot. Well, look at that. Turbo Benzina took the top spot. Guess they really know how to leave the pack in the dust. Well done. Wow! Turbo Benzina really kicked it into high gear and took the win. Congratulations on that awesome victory. And with the fastest lap under your belt, you've earned yourself a 2003 seat. Cupra GT, nice work. And a big shout out to Amy for winning the bet race. You're now the proud owner of a 1999 Ford Mustang ZTS. That's quite the classic to add to your collection. Great job to both of you. Sure thing. Did you know that the Trans Am racing cars were originally based on production muscle cars? But once they hit the track, they turned into fierce competitors with only a distant cousin resemblance to the street versions. It's like your car's wild cousin who went to college and came back way cooler and faster. Alright, this is a classic American muscle showdown. The Chevrolet Camaro versus the Ford Mustang. Both are fantastic cars, but it really depends on how the AI has optimized each. The Camaro has a reputation for strong straight-line speed and decent handling, while the Mustang tends to excel in agility and cornering. Given the Atlanta Motorsports Park reverse layout with its tight turns and quick chicanes, I'd probably lean slightly towards the Mustang. It's just more nimble on those tricky sections. But hey, the Camaro could surprise us if it manages to maintain its momentum through the faster corners. So, my bet is on Leanne Yashin in the Mustang to take it. But honestly, this is going to be a close call. We might see some dramatic overtakes or unexpected slip-ups. Stay tuned. Alright everyone, Maya here, and it looks like I'm starting on pole in the Trans Am class with the 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. Hopefully I can keep that lead, but you never know with these AI cars. Let's see what chaos unfolds. Maya is leading the race right now, followed by Hellskank in second and Strutting Jarl in third. The top three are already setting the pace. Hellskank is trying to hold off Maya for the lead. Strutting Jarl is right behind Hellskank, both fighting for second place. Leanne Yashin and Penske Motorsport are neck and neck for fifth. New for Life is climbing up to third place. Penske Motorsport and Strutting Jarl are nose to tail for fourth. Pippi Langström and Leanne Yashin are locked in a close fight for sixth. Pippi Langström just overtook someone to reach sixth place. Amy is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, fast enough to make it interesting. Wolf Slide is now in 10th place, climbing up the grid. Hellskank is driving a Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am class. They're holding steady in second place, so the race seems pretty tight at the front. Vargala Svet is driving a 2008 Volvo C30 and is currently in 11th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Amy is in 9th place in a Ford Mustang. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. D Factor is climbing up to 11th place now. Vagala Svet and D Factor are nose to tail, fighting for that 11th spot. Maya is leading the race comfortably in a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like she's got a solid gap and is setting the pace. No sign of trouble so far. Wolfslight is driving a 2008 Volvo C30 in the WTC Class IO. They're currently in 11th place and haven't made much progress yet. Looks like a steady race for now. Girl of Diamond is climbing one spot to take the 13th place. Alex Hasnobray and Girl of Diamond are nose to nose for the 13th spot. 3192X is also moving up one spot to sit in 15th. Alex Hasnobray is racing a 2008 Lotta Prior. They're currently in 15th place, and their fastest lap is 1:32.846. Looks like they're struggling to keep pace with the WTC leaders. Vargala Svet just climbed to 11th place. De Facto and Vargala Svet are nose to nose for that spot. Girl of Diamond is slicing through the field, closing in on De Facto by 2 seconds. The Trans Am cars are dominating with consistent lap times and clean overtakes, while the WTC cars are struggling to keep up, likely due to the track's tight corners, favoring the more powerful Trans Am machines. New for Life is holding a solid 3rd place, looking good for the final lap. Meanwhile, Lian Yashin is 5th, but with the slightly slower fastest lap. Looks like New for Life has the edge for now. Popcorn Slayer is in 18th place with a Toyota Corolla from 2018. Their fastest lap is just under 1:32. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Popcorn Slayer is in the 18th spot driving a 2008 Toyota Corolla DAP. Looks like they're hanging in there but not making much progress. G192X is driving a Chevrolet Lacetti from 27. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top WTC cars, with a decent lap time but no major moves yet. Wow, Maya, you must be thrilled to win at Atlanta Motorsports Park Reverse. Looks like all those laps paid off. Guess you're officially the one to beat now. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. Well-deserved victory. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. And now, for the exciting part, Maya, you've also snagged the fastest lap. So you get to claim a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. Nice work! New for Life, congratulations on winning the bet race. You've earned that 2021 Chevrolet Camaro too. Well played. KP Langstrump, you did a fantastic job with the most overtakes. That takes some real skill. So you get to claim a 2021 Ford Mustang. Excellent effort all around. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is ticking down faster than a race car on a straightaway. Get those choices in before it's too late. Hey there, Everlasting Apex. Glad to see you back in the chat. Buckle up because we're about to watch some AI cars go head to head in a wild race. Hope you enjoy the show. Wow, what a classic matchup! The Porsche 91730 Spyder is known for its incredible speed and dominance in endurance racing, especially on technical tracks like Okayama. Meanwhile, the Shadow DN4 has its own charm, but is more of a midfield contender in comparison. Given the cars, I'd say Penske Motorsport in the Porsche has a clear advantage. The 91730 is practically a beast on the straightaways and can handle corners with style. Beef sliders in the Shadow might put up a fight, but I'm betting the Porsche will take this one, especially with its historical prowess in high-speed situations like this. Who do you think will surprise us? Wow, thank you so much, AI Racing. That's a huge boost for the stream. Your support really helps keep the engines running here. Appreciate it. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Okayama Piper Track, and what a start! Penske Motorsport's Can-Am car, a legendary 1973 Porsche 91730 Spyder, is leading from pole. Let's see if it can hold that position, or if those newer machines will catch up. Beef Sliders has taken an early lead, with New for Life right behind in second place. Penske Motorsport is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Everlasting Apex is now in fifth place, climbing 2 spots. Tranquility is in 7th, moving up 1 spot. Amy is in 11th position, also gaining 1 spot. Descartes is climbing up to 3rd place. Hingelme Kringleberry is also moving up to 9. Pippi Langstrump and Hingel are nose to nose for 9. Madisperry is climbing to 11th place. Amy and Madisperry are nose to nose for that position. Maldux FTF is advancing to 21st. Penske Motorsport is climbing to 3rd place. Amy is now 11th. Zots Fired has moved into 12th. Madisperry is on fire, climbing from way back to 2nd place in a flash. Everlasting Apex and Lian Yashin are nose to nose for 6th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Bubute is gaining fast on Akvethi, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds, so expect some drama soon. New for Life just overtook someone to grab 2nd place. Penske Motorsport is closing in behind in 3rd. Bacon is creeping up to 4th. Things are heating up. Kingrut just moved up 1 spot to 24th place. Nadisberry is gaining on Bywart, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Zotsfired is climbing to 11th place. Amy and Zotsfired are nose to nose for that spot. Jordan F is making a move to 20th. Amy nudges into 11th place. Amy and Hippie Langstrom are nose to nose for 10th. Nadisberry is slicing through the field, chopping 2 seconds off the gap to Biowart. Kingrut is racing a Lola T70 Mark I from 1965. Looks like they're struggling a bit, sitting in the 23rd spot and lapping way slower than the leaders. Tranquility is climbing nicely to 6th place. Maldoxi FTF is also making moves up to 20. Jordan F and Maldoxi CF are nose to tail for that 20 spot. Lian Yashin and Frank Whitty are neck and neck for 6th place. Jordan F is climbing 1 spot to 20th. Nadisberry is closing the gap on Kingrut by 230 seconds. Lian Yashin and Frank Whitty are neck and neck for 6th place. Kingrut and Biowat are also locked in a close fight for 24th. Nadisberry is closing the gap on Kingrut by 1.8 seconds, so expect some action soon. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by 2.3 seconds. Kingrut is making progress, now in 24th. Hingle McCringleberry and Frankwati are nose to nose for 6th place. Nadisberry is chipping away at Biowart's lead, closing in by 2.6 seconds. Penske Motorsport is sneaking up on Imbu for Life, closing the gap by 2 1/3 seconds. Kingrut is catching up to Rusna Palm 6, chipping away at the lead by just over a second. Nadisberry is gaining on Biowar, narrowing the distance by 3 1/4 seconds. Congratulations to Beef Sliders on their victory. Looks like they really slid into 1st place. Well done. Wow! Beef Sliders really sped to the finish line? Congratulations! That was a fantastic race. And a big shout out to Everlasting Apex for their aggressive overtaking skills. They can now claim the incredible 1971 Porsche Porsche 91710 from Can-Am. Nice work. Keep those engines revving. Alright. The 2013 Holden Commodore VF is actually known for its impressive V8 engine that can make quite a growl. It's like the car decided to show off a little muscle, even if it's not the newest kid on the block anymore. Fun fact? Well, these cars were so popular in Australia that they have a bit of a cult following, almost like the rock stars of the street scene down under. Alright, interesting matchup here. Both of these cars have their own charm, but let's be real. The Ford Falcon FGX from 2015 has a bit of modern edge with potentially better handling and tech. The Holden Commodore VE from 2007 is a solid classic, but it might be a tad behind when it comes to the latest advancements. I'd say Pippi Langstrom might have the advantage here, especially on a reverse track where agility and modern features could really shine. Joey Pastrami's Holden could surprise us, but I'm leaning towards the Falcon taking the win. Let's see how it all plays out. Alright, everyone, the race is underway at Torque Poznan reverse. And Queen Monda is sitting pretty at the front in her 2008 Ford Falcon F8. Let's see if she can hold on to that pole position, or if the others will catch up. Queen Monda has taken the lead right out of the gate. Jude's Nokia Blunt is holding strong in second place. And Amy is sitting comfortably in third, probably plotting her next move. Himasta Tagamra 1000 is climbing to fourth place. Linche 21 is advancing to 8th. Finche 21 and Lian Yashin are neck and neck for 7th. Fling Chiek 21 just climbed to 7th place. They are now battling closely with Mermudar for 6th. Nia is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 8th. Maya just overtook Flinchicott 21 for 7th place. Connor Malady is closing in on the top 10, moving up to 9th. The fight for 7th is heating up. Stay tuned. Penske Motorsport is on the move, climbing 3 spots to take 24th. Lian Yashin is inching closer to the top 10, now in 9th place. Connor Malady and Lian are nose to tail, fighting hard for that 9th position. Connor Malady just overtook someone to take the 9th place. Connor Malady and Flinchicott 21 are nose to nose for 8th. Heimais and Rinnog T4 are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Tokidokibri just overtook someone to grab the 10th place. Lian Yashin and Tokidokibri are nose-to-nose for that spot. Haimais and Rinov T4 are also battling fiercely for the 13th position. Connor Malady just sneaked past Flinchicot 21 for 8th place. Haimais is climbing 2 spots to 12th. The battle for 8th is heating up. Haimais is now in 11th place, closing the gap with Lian Yashin. Evolution 954 has climbed to 15th place, inching closer to Bilthiolgai.io. The fight for 11th and 14th is heating up, but no overtakes just yet. Dudesmoke, Eablunt and Queen Monda are nose-to-nose for the lead. Bilthiolgai is creeping up to P12 their shape. Bilthiolgai and Lian Yashin are battling hard for the 12th spot. Dudesmoke, Eablunt and Queen Monda are nose to tail at the front. Haimais and Tokidokibri are locked in a close fight for 10th. Merikablaish gained a spot, now sitting in 22nd. Dudesmoke, Eablunt just snatched the lead, leaving the pack in the dust. Maya and Mirmuda are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Looks like a battle for bragging rights. Haimais is climbing fast, now in 9th after a 2-spot jump. Maya just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Mirmuda and Maya are nose-to-nose for 6th. One Shaka 21 and Tokidokibri are neck and neck for 10th. Mirmuda just snuck into 6th place. Connor Malady is chipping away at my lead, closing the gap by over a second and a half. Lisa Shibi is climbing up to 16th, making moves. Queen Monda and Amy are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Vinga 17 and G-Master the Game Reneem 1000 are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Hippie Langstrom is climbing up to 17th, making moves. Vinha 17 just overtook someone and is now in 4th place. Lian Yashin moved up to 11th place. Ringshekot 21 and Lian Yashin are nose-to-nose for 11th. Joey Pastrami is climbing up to the 19th place. Maria Koblaish is now in 22nd. Zaprandigan has moved to 27. Looks like everyone's making some moves. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing up 1 spot. Filthy Old Guy and Move for Life are nose-to-nose fighting for 13th. AP Langstrom is also moving up 1 spot to 16th. Wow, Dudesmoke Eablunt just took the victory. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Dude Smokey a Blunt on winning the race. That was a close one, but they pulled through in the end. Great showing! And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrumpf for winning the bet race. They can now claim the shiny 2015 Ford Falcon F GX with a V8 supercar engine. Not a bad prize at all. Hope you enjoy tearing up the virtual streets with that beast. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your picks quick before the race starts. Don't want to miss out on the chance to root for your favorite AI car. Alright, so we have Biowart in the 2016 Ford TLM GTE and Know You for Life in the 2016 BMW M6 GTLM. Both are powerhouse machines but with their own quirks. The Ford GT has that legendary speed and agility, especially on a track like Weatherfield Speedway where sharp turns and quick acceleration matter. The BMW M6 is no slouch either, but it tends to excel in stability and handling over long straights. If I had to put my chips on someone, I'd give a slight edge to Biowart. The 4G. T's lighter weight and aerodynamic design should give it the upper hand in taking those corners faster and maintaining a strong pace. But hey, it's still a race of AI, so anything could happen. Who do you think will take the cake? Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Weatherfield Speedway and leading the pack is Butch Zero in a 2015 Chevrolet Corvette C7. Oh, looks like they've got the pole position and are ready to dominate. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Butch Zero is leading the race, with Penske Motorsport right behind in second place. Uncle Tobin is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Pippi Langstrumpf just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Mew Fu Life are nose-to-nose for 5th. James Mayo and Pippi Langstrumpf are also fighting hard for 6th. Things are getting crowded up front. Pippi Langstrumpf and Mew for Life are battling it out for 5th place. Looks Ravenous is climbing up to 7th. Amy has moved up to 8. Mew for Life and Biowart are nose to tail for 4th place. Lux Ravenous and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a fierce duel for 6th. Maya is climbing up, now in 9th, chasing the pack. Mafia Mavi is on a roll, climbing up to 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is having a rough patch, dropping 21 spots to 30. Uncle Tobin is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to second. Penske Motorsport is climbing to second place. Amy and Lux Ravenous are locked in a close fight for fifth. Lian Yashin is gaining ground, moving into 14th. Uncle Tobin is inching closer to Penske Motorsport, cutting the gap by nearly 3 seconds. They're nose to nose for second place now. Amy is climbing up fast, grabbing 2 spots and settling into 4th. Amy is gaining on Uncle Tobin, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is inching closer to Lux Ravenous, narrowing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Popcorn Slayer and Buckybird are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. Liam is on a roll, climbing up to 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Dicey Chains is also making moves, now in 22nd after a similar surge. Popcorn Slayer just nudged into the top 10, moving up 1 spot. The race is heating up. Uncle Tobin is gaining on Penske Motorsport, closing the gap by 1/30 seconds. Pippi Langstrup and Lux Ravenous are nose to nose for 6th place. Mystic and Buckybird are locked in a tight fight for 11th. Maya is closing in on the critical leg, now just 5 seconds behind. Amy has overtaken someone to sit in 3rd place. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to 6th place. Pippi Langstrup and Bywart are nose to nose for 5th place. Wrath 92 is on a roll, climbing to 13th place. Dicey Shines is making a move to 17. Zikapal is sneaking into 19. The race is heating up. The Chaotic Weirdo is making a move, climbing to 17th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is also on the rise, now in 20th place. Mulavi is not far behind, at 22. Looks like everyone's eager to make a statement. Serotimliaiv is making a move, now in 23rd. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is dropping back to 26th. Maya is climbing fast, now in 27th after overtaking 3 cars. Uncle Tobin is climbing up to 3rd place. Pippi Langstrup is closing the gap on Penske Motorsport, cutting it down by 1.5 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 8th place. Newfo Life just overtook someone to move into 6th. Lux Ravenous is gaining on Bywart, closing the gap a bit more. Uncle Tobin is gaining on Amy pretty quickly now. Nuva Life is closing in on Pippi Langstrup with some serious speed. Popcorn Slayer just made a nice jump up 2 spots to 7th place. Lian Yashin is closing in on James Mayo and is now just a few seconds behind. Nishtek is gaining on Lux Ravenous, closing the gap a little more. Maya is catching up to Buchazero, closing the gap, but still a good distance. Pippi Langstrumpf is inching closer to Penske Motorsport. Not quite there yet. Liane Yashishin is making a move on James Mayo, closing in steadily. Amy is chipping away at Buchizero's lead now, just over a second behind. Pippi Langstrumpf has climbed to 4th place, leaving someone behind. Nam Vu for Life is narrowing the distance to Penske Motorsport, closing the gap by a whole 1.2 seconds. Those two are nose to tail for 5th place. Looks like a battle is brewing. Well, look at that. Buchizero just took the checkered flag. Guess they really know how to steer their way to victory. Well done. Wow! Buchizero took the win. Congratulations to them. That was quite a ride. Now, for those of you who can claim some sweet rides, listen up. Amy, you snagged the fastest lap, so you're in for a 2019 BMW M8 GTE. Nice job pushing that car to its limit. And new for life, since you won the bet race, you get a 2016 BMW M6 GT LM. Looks like some new wheels are on their way. Alright everyone, time is ticking down, so make your final picks before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see which car will dominate the race. Hurry up and choose your favorite before the countdown hits 0. This is an interesting matchup for sure. The Ferrari 712 has that classic Italia flair and a reputation for elegance, but the March 707 Chevrolet is known for its agility and reliability on the track. Given the Algarve circuit's twists and turns, I would probably lean towards the March 707 Chevrolet winning. It's the kind of car that can dance through tight corners with finesse. But hey, the Ferrari might surprise us with that legendary charm and power. It's a close call, but I'm placing my bets on Lian Yashin's March to take the top spot today. Alright folks, the race is underway at Algarve with Crazy Idolfan leading the pack in a vintage 1970 Ferrari 712. Who knew classic cars still had what it takes to dominate? Stay tuned for the chaos. Crazy Idolfan has taken the lead right out of the gate. HU Hoeva is holding strong in second place. Penske Motorsport is sitting in third, trying to keep up. Penske Motorsport and H2 Hove are nose to tail for second place. Lord Secresby just gained one spot and is now 11th. Roger Bear 302 and Lord Secresby are locked in a close fight for 11th. Roger Bear 302 is making a strong push into the top 10. Broxworth is climbing fast, closing in on the middle of the pack. Gexalgaming is on a roll, now second. The battle for first between Jayzeel Gaming and Crazy Idolfan looks intense, with both pushing hard. Cloudy is on a tear, climbing from the back to first place by overtaking 14 cars. Metrixco is not far behind, grabbing second after passing 15 rivals. Colmetry is making a solid push, moving up 7 spots to sit in the 13th position. Jade Selgaming is climbing up to second place. Jedaming and Cloudy are nose to nose for the lead. Crazy Idolfan is advancing to third place. Yateselgaming just snatched the lead, claiming first place. Crazy Idolfan is closing in, now in second. H2Oeva is also on the move, grabbing third. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Dekahotic Weirdo and Colmetwi are nose to nose for 11th place. Hingle McCringleberry just snuck into 13th. Amy is inching up to 15th. The Chaotic Weirdo is now in 11th place, inching closer to the top 10. Colmetwi and The Chaotic Weirdo are nose to nose for 11th. Hingle McCringleberry is slicing through the field, closing in on Colmetwi by 2.5 seconds. Lin Yashin is slicing into Maya's lead, now just over a second behind. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed 2 spots, now in 11th. The Chaotic Weirdo and Colmetwi are nose to nose for 12th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Hot Bolognese, chipping away at the gap by 3:30 seconds. The Chaotic Weirdo has climbed one spot to 12. Amy is also moving up one spot to 14. Maya is now in 5th place, making a nice move forward. Hingle McCringleberry is chipping away at Hot Bolognese, closing the gap by just over a second. Amy is hot on Calmetwee's heels, closing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Nvu for Life just overtook someone to take 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 10th. Amy is inching closer to the top 13. Amy and Chaotic Weirdo are nose to nose for 12. Crazy Eagle fan is really closing the gap on JZL Gaming. Just a second and a half behind now. Hingle McCringleberry is also on the move, catching Roger Bear 302 at the same pace. And Amy is climbing up to 12, making moves through the field. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Roger Bear 302, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Amy is right behind Hot Bolognese now, inching closer with every lap. Lord Zekritsby is making a move on Calmetwee, but still has a bit to go. Wow, JSL Gaming just took the top spot. Guess they're the fastest on the track today. Well done. Wow, JZL Gaming really pulled off a triple crown, winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. That's a true display of racing prowess. Congratulations on an incredible performance. And for the drivers fighting for a car, new for life, you've won the bet race and can now claim the legendary 1970 Ferrari 712 Can-Am. Talk about a prize that's as stylish as it is fast. Well done. Any idea niya, Sensei? Sure thing. Did you know that Autopolis in Oita is one of the few circuits in Japan designed with a mix of high-speed straights and challenging corners, making it a favorite for drivers who love a taste of everything? It's like the track is saying, come at me with all you've got, but be ready to handle some twists and turns along the way. Plus, its scenic backdrop gives it a touch of that peaceful mountain vibe, even as racing gets intense. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your race car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown is almost over, so make your choice, or forever hold your peace. Don't say I didn't warn you about missing out. Oh wow. This is an interesting matchup. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios has chosen a classic Dodge Viper, which is known for its raw power and aggressive style. On the other hand, Pippi Langstrumpf is going with a sleek Jaguar X J220, which is all about speed and elegance. Given the track at Autopolis Oita, which has sharp turns and a mix of straightaways, I'd say it's a close call. The Viper might have the edge in acceleration and brute force, but the XJ220 could shine on the straights with its top-end speed. But honestly, with AI driving, it could come down to which algorithm is feeling more confident today. My gut says the Jaguar might just outpace the Viper in the long run, but don't count out the Viper's potential to cause some chaos if it gets a good start. So, I'd put my chips on Pippi Langstrumpf with her sleek cat of a car, but I'm definitely watching this one closely. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Autopolis Oita, and leading the pack is Penske Motorsport in the retro supercar class. They've got an 1195 Dodge Viper RT10 on pole. Let's see if that old school muscle can hold the lead or if the new tech leaves it in the dust. Penske Motorsport has shot into the lead right out of the gate. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is holding strong in second place, trying to keep up. And Pippi Langstrumpf is hanging on in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Nua for Life is charging through the pack to sit in 5th place now. Adieliv is making a strong push, climbing to 7th. Ragalasvet is on a roll, moving up to 10th after overtaking 5 cars. Amy's driving a 1993 Vector W8, same as Penske Motorsport. Looks like she's in the middle of the pack, currently in 8th place. Not bad, but she might want to pick up the pace if she wants to catch the leaders. Billy is climbing to 7th place. Maya is inching up to 11th. Eunice Gotta leads and Maya are nose to tail for 11th. Maya is climbing up to 10th place. Dirok Official is also moving up to 13th. Dirok Official and Juno Gottlieds are nose to nose for 12th. Maya is now in 9th place, closing in on the top 8. Amy has climbed to 15th, still a bit behind but making progress. Amy is driving a 1993 Vector W8, starting from the 17th position. Looks like she's making a little progress but still has some ground to cover to catch up. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 1st place. Penske Motorsport and Hingle are still neck and neck for the lead. Dirok Official has climbed to 12th position. Move for Life is now in 4th place, climbing 2 spots. Maya has moved up 2 spots to 7th. Dirok Official is also climbing 2 spots to reach 10th. Jonas Gottlieds is climbing up to 12th place. Sasatura is chipping away at Tanga Ducky TTV's lead, now just over a second behind. Dirok Official is gaining on Adieliv, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Tanga Ducky TTV is inching closer to Amy, shrinking the distance by a full second. Pippi Langstrup and Penske Motorsport are nose to tail for second place. Maya just gained a spot, now in 6th. Blackbeard and Maya are wheel to wheel for that same 6th position. New Life is gaining on Pippi Langstrup with a 1.6 second difference. Maya is closing in on Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios, narrowing the gap by a second. Direct Official just moved up 1 spot to 9th place, making things a bit more interesting. Direct Official is climbing up to 8th place. Bailey and Direct Official are nose to nose for that spot. Amy is making a move to 12th place. Hingle McCringleberry is holding a narrow lead over Penske Motorsport. Maya just overtook a car and is now in 5th place, climbing the ranks. Christopher is driving an Alfa Romeo GTV 6 from 1985. They're currently in the 17th spot, struggling a bit with a lap time over 2 minutes 23. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Hingle McCringleberry is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Cessatur is driving a 1993 Ford Mustang SVT Cobra Data. They're currently in the 16th place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, which are slower than most of the field. Maya is currently in 6th place, driving a 1993 Vector W80. Her fastest lap is slightly faster than the leader, but she's stuck behind a few cars. Looks like she's holding her own but needs some overtaking to climb higher. So tried. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Vergala Svet is climbing to 10th place. Amy is also moving up, now in 11th. Wow, what a shocker! Hingle McCringleberry taking the victory. Who saw that coming? Congratulations on the win! Well, congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for taking the win. Clearly they've got some serious speed and skill. And let's not forget the fast lap. Impressive. They can now claim that sleek 1993 Vector W8, which is a fantastic choice for a retro street car. And for Pippi Langstrup, winning the bet race is no small feat either. They get to claim the stunning 1992 Jaguar X J220. That's a classic beauty and definitely a collector's item. Great job to both drivers, you've earned those cars. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1966 McLaren M10A. It's got a proven racing pedigree, and its older racing history suggests it might have the edge with its design and power back then. Though, honestly, on a circuit like Clark International Speedway, which favors handling and acceleration, any of these vintage racers could surprise us. But I'd still bet on the McLaren to cross the finish line ahead of the others. Oh, this is a classic battle of vintage beasts. Ebony Shadow's got that sleek old-school charm with the McLaren, while Amy's Lola brings some serious 60s flair. I'd say it's a close one, but the Lola T190 has a reputation for agility and quick handling for its era. The McLaren might have power, but I think the Lola's lighter frame and nimbleness could give it the edge. Honestly, I'm rooting for the Lola to pull off a surprise win here. Let's see if the vintage magic can outpace the nostalgia. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Clark International Speedway. Starting strong on pole, we have a Chironi in a classic 1968 Surtees TS5. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold up against the newer rivals. Radica Roactiva Vixen is leading the race, followed closely by a Siorni in second place. Someone is currently in third, but they're already under pressure from the pack behind. Asuruuni just took the lead, moving up to first place. Pippi Langström has climbed to third place. Pippi Langström and Radizero Active Vixen are nose to nose for second place. Looks like a close fight. Maya is charging through the field, now in 17th place after overtaking 4 cars. Necrophantasm is climbing steadily, now in 4th place. Looks like Necrophantasm and another driver are locked in a close duel for that 4th spot. Pippi Langström is now in 2nd place. Someone just moved up 1 spot to take 4th. Crandalive has climbed 2 spots and is now in 8th. Squatbender just nudged into 9th place. Bioart and Squatbender are still neck and neck for that position. Lear Roussel is climbing up to 14th. Itzerar just overtook Tails of Strilly for 12th place. Givenserogai is closing in on them, now in 13th. The fight for those positions is heating up. Necrophantasm is climbing up to 4th place. Tails of Strilly has moved into 12th. Le Roussel is now in 14th. Necrophantasm is trying to hold off someone for 4th place. Bioart and Squatbender are still neck and neck for 9th. Even Sirogai and Liracel are battling it out for 14th. Ganger Boss 72 is climbing up to 10th place. Necrophantasm and the other racer are still neck and neck for 4th. Someone just gained a spot to sit in 4th now. School Busos FDA is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 24th place. Necrophantasm and another driver are locked in a close fight for 4th. Evensero Guy and Bayard are battling hard for 12th. The chaotic weirdo is climbing to 5th place. Evensero Guy is now 12th. Lian Yashin is knocking on the door of the top 20 at 18th. Sasatur is on a roll, climbing 4 places to reach the 18th spot. Chubby Boy RJ is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 20th. Amy is gaining ground, passing 4 cars to take 21st. Penske Motorsport is making a move, now in 23rd place. Hinklemy Kringleberry is also climbing fast, now in 24th. Schoolbus Rustefi has gained 2 spots, sitting in 22nd. Dodadadile. Necrophantasm is now in 5th place, closing in on the chaotic weirdo. Gamerboss 72 has climbed to 9th, but still a few spots behind. Krenilive and Sikapol are nose to nose for 7th place. Gamerboss 72 is creeping closer to Krandalive, chopping down the gap by 1.7 seconds. Chubby Boy RJ and Daragaz are locked in a tight fight for 19th. Krandalive is running a Surtees TS5 and has moved up to 8th place with the fastest lap, just under 1 minute 59 seconds. Looks like they're making a solid push through the field. Tales of Strilly is rapidly catching up to Penske Motorsport, now just over 6 seconds behind. Evensero Guy is closing in on Etsera by a little over a second. Frank Werty has climbed 1 spot to take the 14th position. Wow. Asuroni took the checkered flag again. Looks like they're unstoppable. Congrats on the win. Wow, Asuroni really took the checkered flag. Congrats on the win, you've definitely earned it. As for the drivers who can claim cars, Pippi Langstrumpf with the fastest lap. You're now the proud owner of a 1968 Surtees S5. Nice speed! And Amy, since you won the bet race, you get a 1968 Lola T190. Looks like everyone's racing in style now. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd go with the 2002 Ferrari Enzo. It's got the speed, the tech, and the legendary Ferrari pedigree to give the others a run for their money on such a challenging circuit. Plus, I mean, who wouldn't want that iconic design and racing DNA in the race? Alright, everyone. Last chance to pick your favorite car before the countdown runs out. Make your choices quick, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wow, what an interesting matchup we have here. The Kaiju with that classic 1999 Mercedes-Benz CLK-G R, and Amy with the slightly newer but still fierce 2004 Koenigsegg CC AS. The Mercedes has that vintage race car vibe, but the Koenigsegg might have some modern tricks up its sleeve. If it's all about raw speed and tech, I'd probably give the edge to Amy's Koenigsegg. It's a more recent model and known for incredible performance. But you never know with these AI races. Sometimes, the vintage machines surprise us with their grit. My bet? I think Amy's going to edge out a win, but don't count the Kaiju out just yet. It's a close call, and that makes it a much more fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Autodromo de Antioquia with the 2000 supercars. Smurf 20 is starting at the front, driving a classic 2001 Tommy Kyra ZZ221. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold the lid. Smurf 20 has shot to the front, holding the lead. New for Life is right behind in second place, and Pippi Langstrumpf is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Inga McCringleberry is climbing to third place. Zotsfired is advancing to 7. Zotsfired and Willow Shrub are neck and neck for 6. Zotsfired is holding off Willow Shrub for 6th place. Neotexum is just ahead of Lian Yashin for 11th. Amy and Lakaiju are nose to tail for 13. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on New for Life, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 7th place. Penske Motorsport and Willow Shrub are locked in a close fight for 6th. Bazanisar 2 is climbing to 4th place. Penske Motorsport is now in 6th. Nyale Totepnin 8 is making a move to 7th. Lian Yashin just overtook Neotexum and is now in 12th place. They're still close, so expect some more action between those two. Zotsfied is now in 8th place, climbing 1 spot. Neotexum has moved up to 12th place, also gaining 1 spot. Lian Yashin is driving a 1999 Mercedes-Benz CL KGTR. She's currently in the 13th place, so her race isn't exactly a thrill ride, but she's holding her ground. Smurf 20 is leading the race with a 2001 Tommy Kyra ZZ22. It's a lightweight, agile street car known for sharp handling. Looks like they're holding the lead comfortably so far. Hinga Me, Kringleberry and New for Life are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Maya just climbed 1 spot to take 9th. Willow Shrub and Maya are now nose to nose for that 9th position. Lian Yashin is driving a 1999 Mercedes-Benz CLK GTR. Looks like her race is not really happening yet, as her position is quite behind, and her lap times are not showing up. Nyalathotep 98 is climbing up to 6th place. Zotsfired is closing in on Penske Motorsport, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Nyale Totepnini 8 is driving a Ferrari Enzo, which is known for its speed and agility. They're currently in 7th place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're making some moves, but still have a lot of ground to catch up. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 2nd place. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 2nd. Nyalathotepnini 8 and Pippi Langstrup are locked in a close fight for 5th. No for Life just overtook for 2nd place. Looks like Base Nazartwu is holding on to 3rd for now, but Hingle McCringleberry is closing in fast. This race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Nyalotho Pepnani 8 is closing in on Base Nazartwu, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Pippi Langstrup is moving up to 6th place. Nyaya To Tep 98 is closing in on Basnasarthu, fast enough to make a new friend soon. Willow Shrub just climbed to 9th place, leaving some behind. Amy is also on the move, now in 10th, chasing the pack. Hey Naibe, welcome back to the chaos. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI madness. Sit back, enjoy the race, and maybe cheer for your favorite car to win? Wow, Smurf20, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a walk in the park for you. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Smurf20 for taking the victory. Nice work out there, that was a close finish. And a big shout out to Amy for winning the bet race. She can now claim this stunning 2004 Koenigsegg CC8S. Looks like she's got a new prize to show off. Way to go, everyone. Well, the 1994 Opel Astra FGSI is like that classic overachiever in high school who surprises everyone with their talents. It was known for its sporty look and nimble handling, especially for a compact car of its time. Fun fact, it came with a 2-liter engine that produced around 150 horsepower, which was quite impressive for a small hatchback back in the day. Basically, it was the go-to car for those who wanted a little bit of sporty flair, without diving into the world of full-on sports cars. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite machine hit the track. Hurry up and make your choice before the countdown hits 0. Alright, this is a classic matchup. The Toyota Celica from 1989 has that legendary reputation for agility, and a bit of that nostalgic charm. On the other hand, the Subaru Legacy RS from 1990 is known for its all-wheel drive and stability, especially on tricky tracks like Deep Forest Raceway. If it comes down to raw speed and maneuverability, the Celica might have the edge. But if the race has lots of sharp turns and unpredictable terrain, the Subaru's stability could give it an advantage. Honestly, I'd say it's a close call, but I'd lean towards the Subaru for its reliability and grip. Still, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Let's see who impresses us more today. Alright folks, we've got Naibe on pole in Group N, driving a classic 1991 Honda Civic SR2. This race just kicked off, so stay tuned to see how this vintage ride handles the deep forest curves. Rosigod Gaming has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Naibe is right behind in second, and Penske Motorsport is in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Kufa is now in third place, climbing up one spot. Amy has also gained one position and is now in 10th place. Lanky Frankie just overtook N-Body Notes and now sits in 7th place. They're nose to tail, so expect some fireworks soon. Kufo is driving a 1980 Lada 2106, holding the third spot. Looks like they're holding steady but not gaining much ground. The Lada's not exactly a speed demon, so staying in the top 3 is a small victory. Taite 61 and N-Body Notes are neck and neck for 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Relax You are also close, fighting for 13th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a strong push, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Kufo is closing in on Naibe, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Kufo and Naibe are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Penske Motorsport is now in 3rd place. Taite 61 has climbed to 7th. Hingle and McCringleberry is in 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Lanky Frankie just overtook someone to take 7th place. Pippi Langstrom is now in 11th after climbing 1 spot. Relax You has moved into 13th, also up 1 position. Taite 61 is driving a 1990 Subaru Legacy RS. Their race seems to be stuck in a no man's land, with no lap times recorded, and sitting in 8th place. Looks like they're just cruising for now. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. Taite 61 and Hingle are nose to nose for that same spot. Amy and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 11th. Maya is driving a 1989 Toyota Celica, starting from 6th place. She's currently in 5th, just behind the leaders. Her fastest lap is very close to the top, so she's pushing hard. Relax You is driving a 1989 Toyota Celica. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just ahead of the last few races. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves. Wow, Rosa Gaming really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Rosa Gaming took the checkered flag. Congratulations on that win. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. Now, Hingle McCringleberry, you did the most overtakes today, so you get to claim a 1997 Citroën ZX Group N. Nice work on those aggressive moves. I see some serious skills there. Keep it up, everyone. Sure. A fun fact about the Autodromo Riccardo Paletti track is that it's named after Riccardo Paletti, the young Italian driver who tragically lost his life in a Formula One crash in 1985. The track is a tribute to his memory and is known for its technical turns and challenging layout. It's a reminder that even the most advanced racing is rooted in respect for safety and history. Wow, what a matchup! The Mercedes C180 DTM from 1994 is a classic, but it's not exactly known for blistering speeds or agility. On the other hand, the BMW M3 GTR Evo from 1995 is famous for its racing pedigree and sporty handling. I'm guessing Lien's BMW has the edge here, especially on a track like Riccardo Paletti, which favors nimbleness and quick turns. Hing's Mercedes might put up a good fight, but I'd put my bets on Lien and her BMW taking the victory. Let's see if the game agrees. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Autodromo Riccardo Paletti, and leading the pack from pole is the new For a Life class, driving a classic 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lead, or if the newer contenders will sweep past. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Ren Kaori in second place, and Maya holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Just Platinum and Resource are neck and neck for fourth place. Hingle McCringleberry just gained one spot and is now in seventh. Zalmon Zamun and Hingle McCringleberry are fighting hard for seventh. Wild Kevinona is climbing up to fifth place. Zalmon Zamun is also making moves, now in seventh. Shoot Him Up and Makes Boring Life are nose to nose for 16. The Gold Nerd is climbing up to 12th place. Fish the Husky is making a move to 21 place. Your name is Tyler, and you're driving a classic 1980 Lada 2106. Looks like you're holding steady in the 22nd spot. Not much action so far. Cloudy's driving a 1988 BMW 635C SI. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack holding the 23rd spot. Not much action so far, but plenty of room to make a move. The retro DTM cars are leading comfortably, probably thanks to their power and handling at Riccardo Paletti. The Group N cars are lagging behind, likely struggling with the track's demands. The mix of older and newer models shows the retro DTM class still dominates this circuit. The Goldnut is climbing up to 11th place. Penske Motorsport is closing in on Amy, shrinking the gap by over a second. Cloudy is making progress, now in 23rd. Lian Yashin is driving a 1995 BMW M3 GT R Evo. She's currently in 9th place, but her lap time suggests she's struggling to keep up with the leaders. Next Boring Life is driving a 1992 Citroën AX GTI, a small and lightweight hatchback data gap. Their race looks pretty dull so far, sitting in 15th with a slow lap time compared to others. Yornamai Style 21 is driving a 1980 Lada 2106, which is an old-school classic. They're currently in 22nd place, just behind a BMW 635 CSI. Looks like they're holding their own in the back of the pack. Equinox 2 is really pushing to catch cover now. The gap shrinks by 3.2 seconds, so expect some fireworks soon. They're battling hard for the 8th place. Next Boring Life is climbing up to 15th place. Daydream Keeper is narrowing the gap to Darigos by 1/4 seconds. Samon Samuinen just sneaked into 6th place. Imbus Platinum and Samon are nose-to-nose for 6th. Darigos climbed 1 spot to 18th. Darigos and Shoot 'em Up are fighting for 17th. Lian Yashin is gaining on Pippi Langström, closing the gap by a second and a tenth. Lin Lilac has climbed 1 spot to 18. Wrestling 567 is closing in on Fish to Husky, narrowing the distance by 2.5 seconds. New for Life is leading in 1994. Mercedes C180 DTM. Their fastest lap is 1:18.27. Looks like they're holding steady at the front, but the competition is close behind. The Goldnerd is feeling the heat from Amy closing in fast. Next Boring Life is inching closer to Koba 2. Darigos is making a move on Lin Lilac, and they're battling for the 18th spot. Pippi Langström and Hingle Mick Ringleberry are nose to tail for 8th place. The Goldnerd just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Lian Yashin and the Goldnerd are battling it out for 10th place. Wow, New for Life. You really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, big congrats too. New for life. For taking the checkered flag. Great job out there, you really drove like you stole it. Now, Ingle McCringleberry, you're up for a sweet ride. The 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM, a real classic, is all yours. Make sure to treat it like royalty. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1977 Porsche 936. It's got a strong racing pedigree, and on a circuit like Hockenheimring Retro GP, I think its balance of speed and handling would give it a good edge. The others are impressive legends, but that Porsche has a bit of an edge when it comes to overall performance and reliability. Plus, I can't help but root for the turbocharged Porsche over the older prototypes. Oh, this is a classic showdown. The Ferrari 312 FBB from 1971 versus the Alfa Romeo Tipo 33 T12 from 1973. Both are beauties and real legends in their own right. The Ferrari definitely has that raw power and racing pedigree, but the Alfa Romeo has a bit of that underdog charm with a more balanced approach. On the Hockenheimring Retro GP, which favors a mix of speed and handling, I'd say the Ferrari might have a slight edge thanks to its aggressive engine and aerodynamics. But you never know with the AI. It could surprise us, and make the Alfa Romeo the dark horse. I'm leaning towards the Ferrari winning, but I'd keep an eye out for some sneaky moves from the Alfa. It's going to be a fun race. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Hockenheimring Retro GP, with Pippi Langstrup leading in the 1971 Ferrari 312 at B12 VB. Clearly she's feeling pretty confident in that vintage beast. Let's see if she can hold on to that pole, or if someone else has other plans. Osksarat has taken the lead right out of the gate. Pippi Langstrup is holding second place, and I am sitting comfortably in third. Let's see if I can make a move soon. Bees McGee just sneaked into 8th place. New for Life climbed 2 spots to 9th. Inge McCringleberry and Naide are nose to nose for 10th. Pro3 and Ingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Rex and Sarah is climbing up to 16th. Alex Hasnobrin is inching closer to the top 25. Imus Gordon is climbing to 3rd place. Pro3 is advancing to 11th. Pro3 and Naide are locked in a close fight for 10th. Fishink is really dropping back now, down to 26th place. Bees McGee is climbing steadily, now in 7th place. Lian Yashin and Bees McGee are nose to nose for 7th. Looks like a close fight. New for Life, is climbing up to 8th place. Ingle, McCringleberry, and Nebe are neck and neck for 10th. So Pro 3 is advancing to 13th place. Wanabikido and Fuozo are nose to tail for 16th place. Evolution 954 is inching up to 15th. Silhouette and Evolution in 54 are locked in a close fight for 19th. Wanabikido is climbing up to 16th place. Big Boy Bets is catching a Bombsy, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Yungan Stored Vu 102 is climbing up to 5th place. Nuamu Life has moved up to 7th and is now battling Bees McGee for that 6th spot. The fight for position is heating up. Fishing is closing in on Big Boy Bets fast, just over 11 seconds behind now. Maya is gaining on Ms. Gordon, inching closer by a little over a second. Beast McGee and Wolf for Life are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. New for Life just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Yungang Star 202 and New Vu for Life are nose to nose for 5th. Amy and New for Life are battling hard for 6th. Ingle McCringleberry is gaining on Bees McGee, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry and Leon Yashin are fighting hard for 9th place. Evolution 954 and Silent Fox 213 are nose to nose for the 18th spot. Penske Motorsport is climbing up to 8th place now. Penske Motorsport and Bees McGee are nose to nose for that position. Sir Pro 3 is closing the gap on Nibe, cutting it down by 2/4 seconds. Looks like a battle is brewing. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 9th place. Sir Pro 3 is chipping away at Nibe, closing the gap by 3.5 seconds. Wanabikido is catching up to Sheikumaru, narrowing the distance by just over a second. Naiba and Lane Yashin are locked in a close fight for 11th place. So Pro 3 and Naiba are also battling it out for 12th. Nugutsu is making a move, climbing up 1 spot to 22nd. Sir Pro 3 advances to 12th place. Evolution 954 is gaining on Frozo, now 1.4 seconds closer. Silhouette is closing in on Alex Hasnobrain, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. The two are locked in a fierce fight for 20th place. Nugutsu is gaining on Silhouette, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Big Boy Bets and Murgitsu are neck and neck for the 22nd spot. Fishings is catching a Bombsy, chipping away at the gap by almost 2 seconds. Big Boy Bets just climbed to 22nd place. Nugutsu and Big Boy Bets are nose to nose for that same spot. Fishings is catching a Bombsy fast, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wow! Osk-Sarod took the checkered flag. Looks like they're on a whole new level today. Well done! Congratulations to Ozgerud on winning the race. Well done on taking the top spot, you earned it. And a big shout out to New for Life for their impressive overtaking skills. They can now claim the classic 1977 Renault Alpine 442B. Great job to both of you. A fun fact about the 2018 Skoda Octavia is that it's known for being surprisingly spacious inside, making it feel like a car that's much larger than it looks from the outside. It's basically the clown car of family sedans. Plus, it has a reputation for solid reliability, so you can pretty much count on it to get you from point A to point B without any drama. Hey everyone! The clock is ticking down and it's almost time to lock in your car choice. If you haven't made your pick yet, now's the moment to do it, or you might be stuck with whatever's left. Hurry up and make those decisions count. Alright folks, looking at these two contenders, it's like putting a tiny Thunderbolt against a slightly less tiny Thunderbolt. The Opel Corsa 1600 is known for nimbleness and agility, especially on a twisty track like Road Atlanta Short. It's lightweight, quick to turn, and really loves tight corners. On the other hand, the Audi A4B5 might be a bit more substantial, with decent stability and some street cred. But it's probably not as quick through the corners as the little Opel. If Hingle McCringleberry can make the most of that small car's agility, I'd bet he's got a good shot. So, if I had to pick one based on car choice and what we know about these machines, I'm leaning towards the Opel. It's probably going to dance around the more bulky Audi a little more easily. That said, anything can happen in AI racing, but my bets are on the little Corsa to take the lead. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Road Atlanta, short track, and up front, we have Nibing the pole position driving a 2018 BMW 125 M Sport. Looks like a smooth start for our TCA class. Let's see if Nibing can hold on to that lead. Nibing has shot off the line to take the lead. Bean Streams is holding second place, trying to keep up. Alan 656 is in third, hanging on but already a bit behind the front runners. Lian Yashin just overtook someone to move into third place. Amy is closing in on Waffling Otters, and they're battling hard for seventh. Pierre Dope just climbed to 10th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and New for Life are nose-to-nose for 12th. Ashen Uriton is inching up to 14. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 12th place. Penske Motorsport and Ashen Uriton are nose-to-nose for 14. Kikaslide X3 is advancing to 16. Waldo and an Alan 656 are nose to tail for 4th place. Rosegold Gaming climbs to 10th. Anzanasinas Horningay Amigat Onadat 10th. Adnun Flash advances to 22nd D. Upper Dope is climbing up to 10th place. Adden Flash is also moving up to 21st. Asuroni and Adden Flash are nose to nose for 21st. Ashianerton and Woo for Life are neck and neck for 13th place. Merchik and Lee is climbing 1 spot to 24. Annex Agarax is gaining 2 spots to 26. Annex Agarax and Swell Place EV are trading paint for 25th. Rosegod Gaming is just ahead of AP Dardope in 10th place. Ashaneriton and New for Life are neck and neck for 13th. Official Classily is trying to hold off Asironi for 22nd. Bean Streams and Naibe are nose to nose for 1st place. Noombu for Life just gained 1 spot to sit in 12th. Pippi Langstrom and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 12th. Rosegold Gaming and Apdope are nose to nose for 10th place. Pippi Langstrom and New for Life are locked in a fierce scrap for 12. Annex Agarax is climbing up 1 spot to 25th. Bean Streams is holding on to the lead, but Naibe is right on their tail. Waldo is trying to shake off Alan 656 in the fight for 4th. Rosegold Gaming and Apradope are nose to nose for 10th place. Waldo is climbing up to 4th place. Rosegold Gaming is now in 10th. Bunnies of Doom is making a move to 18th. Unstabile is driving a 2015 Toyota Corolla D.T. They're currently in the 28th place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their lap time is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Waldo is climbing up to 3rd place. Pippi Langstrom is also gaining ground, now in 12th. Looks like New for Life and Pippi are nose to nose for the 12th spot. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 3rd place. Waldo and Lian are nose to nose for that 3rd spot. New for Life is inching up to 12th. Waldo is now in 3rd place, creeping closer to the top. Penske Motorsport is chipping away at Shanrutan's lead, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Aerotech has gained 2 spots and is now in 19th, making some moves. Wow, Naiba really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win! Wow, Naiba really pulled off a win. Congratulations. That's some serious skill. As for the prizes, Maya, you snagged the fastest lap and can claim the vintage 2004 Toyota Corolla. Amy, your victory in the bet race means you get the sleek 2000 Audi A4B5. Nice work, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Since the Daimler Test Trek is known for its tight corners and smooth surfaces, a car that can navigate curves effortlessly and maintain control at high speeds would be ideal. Acceleration is important too, but without good handling, even the fastest car would struggle to shine here. So, overall balance and agility would be my top priorities for performance on this particular track. Ooh, this is a classic battle of the vintage Mercedes. Amy's driving a 1994 Cone 180 DTM, which might be a bit lighter and more agile, but the 1990 Mercedes 190 Evo 2 has that iconic racing pedigree and probably a bit more brute force. I'd say it's a close call, but the Evo 2's reputation for handling and performance might give Penske Motorsport the edge. Still, you never know with these AI races, they might surprise us with some unexpected moves. I'll be cheering for the underdog, but my money's on the 190 Evo Suited. Alright everyone, Maya is starting strong on pole in the 1994 Mercedes C 180 DTM. Let's see if she can hold that lead or if the AI cars will surprise us. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Pippi Langstrump in second place and Hingle McCringleberry holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Pippi Langstrump just took the lead, claiming first place. Amy is now in fourth, closing in. The Hyper 7 has moved up to 12, making some progress. Okinabaka just overtook someone to move into ninth place. Rex and Sarah and Okinabaka are still nose to nose for that ninth spot. Singoshi is climbing 2 positions to reach 13th. New for Life is climbing up to 5th place. The Hyper 7 is inching up to 11th. Juvismo Kia Blunt and the Hyper 7 are nose to nose for the 11th spot. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 6th place. Singoshi and Dudesmo Kia Blunt are nose to nose for 12th. Amy is holding steady in 4th while Penske Motorsport is in 5th. Not much between them, so expect a tight battle if they stay close. Ihave Sema is driving a 1991 Renault Clio in Group N. They are currently in the 14th place, so it looks like a steady but not spectacular race for them. Hingu McCringleberry is now in second place. New for Life is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 1 second. Okinabaka has moved up to 8th place. Singoshi advances to 11th place. Dudes Mocha Blunt climbs to 12th. Wrestling 567 moves into 13th. The pack is tightening up. Wrestling 567 is driving a Renault Clio from 1991. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Hingu McCringleberry is currently in second place, driving a 1996 Opel Calibre DTM. Looks like they're holding steady and trying to chase down the leader without any major drama so far. Ihave Sema is driving a 1991 Renault Clio, a lightweight and nimble choice. They're currently in 15th place, so not quite making waves but holding steady. The retro DTM cars are clearly dominating with the top 4 spots, showing their advantage on this track. The Group N cars are lagging behind, probably struggling with the track's demands. Hingu McCringleberry is driving a 1996 Opel Calibre DTM. Looks like he's holding second place comfortably. No overtakes yet, but he's staying close to the leader. New for Life is now in 4th place. Singoshi is gaining on Girl of Diamond, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Lian Yashin is driving a 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2. She's currently in 6th place, holding a decent position with a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 6 seconds, and 384 milliseconds. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Maya is holding the lead and just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control for now. The retro DTM cars are clearly faster and more consistent on this track, leading the race. The Group N cars are struggling to keep up, especially the older models. The track favors the vintage DTM machines, making the race pretty predictable so far. Ihave Sena is driving a 1991 Renault Clio, and it looks like their race is pretty steady in 15th place, though their lap time suggests they're not exactly setting the track on fire. The retro DTM cars are clearly dominating with the top 3 spots, showing their strength on this track. The Group N cars are struggling to keep up, likely due to less power and handling. The track favors the retro DTM class's balance and speed. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just took the victory. Clearly, she's got some serious racing skills. Well done. Wow, Pippi Langstrup has done it again? Congratulations on winning the race. You really showed everyone what you're made of. And here's some good news for the drivers right behind you. New for life, with the fastest lap, you get to claim a classic 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM. Amy, since you won the bet race, the same sleek car is yours too. And Pippi Langstrup, since you made the most overtakes, you can also claim the same retro beauty. Looks like everyone's going home a winner today. Here's a fun fact for you about the 2003 Lamborghini Gallardo. It was actually the first model to bring Lamborghini's V10 engine into mass production, making it a real game changer for the brand. Plus, its aggressive looks and sharp handling made it a favorite among supercar enthusiasts back in the day. Definitely a car that turned heads, whether on the road or in a race. Alright everyone, time is almost up to make your choice. Hurry up and pick your favorite car before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun now. Well, this is quite the throwback race, isn't it? The 25 Ferrari FXX is a legendary car, especially with its racing pedigree. It's like a classic rock song in the world of racing. On the other hand, the 26 Ford GTX X09 might not have the same historic glamour but could surprise us with its handling and speed. I'd say the Ferrari has a slight edge for its raw power and experience in racing history. But don't write off the Ford just yet. Sometimes the underdog has a few tricks up its sleeve, especially in a race like Paul Ricard where handling and strategy can turn things around. I'm leaning toward the Ferrari taking this one. But the race isn't over until the checkered flag drops. Alright folks, Tyler's car is sitting pretty on pole in the 2000 street car class, rocking a 2006 Audi RS4. Let's see if he can hold that lead, or if the others will come charging. Tyler has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is holding second place, trying to keep up. Meanwhile, Two Peas in a Podcast is hanging on in third, not giving up just yet. Tyler is holding on to second place, but Amy is right on his tail. Amy just made a clean move to take the lead from Tyler. Meanwhile, Two Peas in a Podcast and Tyler are still neck and neck for second. Things are heating up at the front. Ricardo Higuerdo is on a roll, climbing up to 17th place, after overtaking 3 cars in a flash. Pondon just moved up 1 spot to take the 4th position. Hingle McCringleberry and Pondon are now locked in a close fight for 4th place. Maya just made a bold move, jumping to 7th place. Nidzerup Starks is closing in fast, overtaking 5 cars to sit in 8th. Pondon and 2 Peas into Podcast are locked in a fierce duel for 3rd place, nose to tail. Pondon just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry also gained a spot and is now in 4th. 2 Peasanta Podcast and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for the 4th spot. Timborghini Tuba is making a move, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing fast, now in 2nd after gaining 2 spots. Nidzerup Starks is also on the rise, moving up 2 positions to sit in 6th. Pippi Langström is making a nice climb, now in 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is chipping away at Amy's lead, closing the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Tyler and Pondon are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. No room for mistakes there. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Amy, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. 2 Peas in the Podcast has moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Nidzerup Starks is also up 1 spot, now in 5th. Nidzerup Starks and 2 Peas in the Podcast are nose to nose for 4th. Chaotic Weirdo is making a nice climb up to 14th place, overtaking 3 cars along the way. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap on Amy, shaving off 1.3 seconds. Timborghini Tuba is climbing 2 spots to land in 4th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Amy and has cut the gap by 2.6 seconds. Timborghini Tuba has climbed 1 spot to take 3rd place. Nidzerup Starks is also moving up 1 spot, now sitting in 5th. The Lightning Thief is making a move through the pack, now in 9th place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Amy, closing the gap by over a 2.3 seconds. Nidzerup Starks is gaining on Pondon, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 1st place. Bees McGee is closing in on 2 Peas and a Podcast, cutting the gap by 1 second. Lennon 1857 and Kyroscope are fighting for 15th place, nose to tail. Timborghini Tuba is gaining on Amy fast, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. The Lightning Thief is climbing up to 7th place. Penske Motorsport is narrowing the distance to Vanon 1857 by just over a second. The fight for 16th place between Penske Motorsport and Vanon 1857 is getting intense. Pippi Langström is making a nice climb, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lamborghini Tuba is closing the gap on Amy by 3.2 seconds, so expect some fireworks soon. The battle for second place between Lamborghini Tuba and Amy is heating up. Looks like a close finish coming. Lamborghini Tuba just overtook someone to claim second place. The Lightning Thief is climbing up to 5th. Chaotic Weirdo and I are locked in a close fight for 11th. Red Panda Man in E4 is closing in on Pondon, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. They're in a tight fight for 6th place. Chaotic Weirdo just moved up 1 spot to 11th. Red Panda Man at E4 and Pondon are neck and neck for 6th place. The Chaotic Weirdo is closing in on Roger Bear 302, shaving off 1.3 seconds. They are now battling for the 10th spot. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the victory. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a fantastic win for Hingle McCringleberry. Congratulations on that victory, you really drove the wheels off that car. And not only did you win, but you also snagged the fastest lap. So you're definitely deserving of the 1998 VR Cerberus Speed 12. Well done. Who's ready to claim their car next? Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better do it now or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Time's almost up, so get those selections in before it's too late. Wow, this is a showdown for the ages. On one side, we've got Leanne in a classic Ferrari 512M, known for its power and aggressive design. On the other, Amy's in a Porsche 917 LH, which is basically a legendary race car that screams speed. Considering the cars, the Ferrari is powerful and sleek, but might struggle a bit with handling compared to the Porsche, which was designed to dominate endurance races. It's a tough call, but I'd say Amy in the Porsche might have a slight edge because of its racing pedigree and balance. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. It's all about who makes the fewest mistakes on that twisty to sour Rennstrecke. So, I'm putting my chips on Amy in that iconic Porsche. Who do you think will take the trophy? Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Dessauer Rennstrecke. Leading the pack is the prototype's 1970 class driver from New for Life, sitting on pole in a classic 1971 Ferrari 512, and let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lead. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Pippi Langstrom in second place, and Penske Motorsport holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Maya is now in fifth place, climbing one spot. Exoasis has gained 2 spots and is now ninth. And Exagarax also moved up 2 spots into 10th. Pippi Langstrom and Move for Life are nose-to-nose at the front. Hingle McCringleberry just sneaked up 1 spot to 6th. And Exagarax and Exoasis are locked in a close fight for 9th. Penske Motorsport and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-tail for second place. Neotexum just sneaked up 1 spot to 12th. Penske Motorsport is now in first place, climbing 2 spots. Amy has moved up 1 spot to sit in third. Hingham McCringleberry has also gained 2 positions, now in fourth. Maya is now in fifth place, climbing 1 spot. Neotexum has gained 2 spots and is in ninth. Sipsida Gaming has moved up 1 spot to 13. A. Raphael is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 9. Noah Life is having a rough time, dropping 9 spots to 15. Lian Yashin just gained 1 position to sit in 6th. Hingo May Kringleberry is gaining ground on Amy and closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. They're locked in a fierce fight for third place. Anaxagorax and Exoasis are also neck and neck, battling for 10th position. Aero Raphael is climbing up to 8th place. Exoasis is narrowing the distance to Neotexum by almost 2 seconds. Just Panchakis is chipping away at Vagrant Enchanter's lead, closing in by over 2 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is really pushing hard, closing in on Penske Motorsport. The gap shrinking fast. Neotexum just climbed 1 spot to 8th place, making a nice little move up the field. The track's tight corners and high-speed straights are favoring the prototypes with better acceleration and handling. Neotexum is climbing up to 7th place. Slipsleda Gaming is now in 11th. Looks like some steady progress. Maya is gaining on Hingo McCringleberry, now just a second behind. And Exagarax has climbed to 11th place, making moves. The track's tight corners and long straights are favoring the prototypes with better top speed and handling, keeping the top positions tightly contested. Penske Motorsport is leading the race with a Ferrari 512 Lunga from 1970. They started third and are holding a solid lead. Their fastest lap is 1:43.442, showing consistent pace. Looks like they're in control so far. Pippi Langstrup is now in first place, taking the lead. Penske Motorsport and Pippi are still nose-to-nose for the top spot. Maya is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Looks like Maya's on the hunt. New for Life is closing in on Just Pancakes, cutting the gap by 8.5 seconds. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Exoaces is climbing up 1 spot to 11. New for Life is gaining on Just Pancakes, closing the gap by 5.5 seconds. Maya has climbed 2 spots to 3rd place. Exoaces is chipping away at Anaxagorax, narrowing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Exoaces and Anaxagorax are locked in a tight duel for 10th place. New for Life is gaining fast on Just Pancakes, closing the gap by 6.7 seconds. Anaxagorax is climbing up to 9th place, 1 spot ahead. Amy is making a move up to 2nd place. Exoaces and Imogen Tempest are nose-to-nose for 10th. New for Life is inching closer to Just Pancakes, cutting the gap by over a second. Wow! Pippi Langstrup just won the race. Looks like even the fastest need to watch out for her. Congratulations! Wow! Pippi Langstrup has really taken the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win, Pippi. That was quite the impressive drive. Now, for the exciting part. Maya, you snagged the fastest lap, So you get to claim the legendary 1970 Porsche 917. And Amy, since you won the bet race, you also get to take home the same sleek 1970 Porsche 917 LH. Looks like we're all walking away with some pretty incredible cars today. Great racing, everyone! Sure thing! Did you know that Group 4 racing cars were originally created for privateer teams to compete in international events, like the World Championship? They were basically the supermodels of racing back in the day, blending production car looks with serious racing power. It's like giving a street car a turbocharged superhero upgrade and sending it to race. Alright everyone, time is running out. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment to jump in before it's too late. Don't leave your favorite behind just because you waited too long. Hey Wayne94, great to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some crazy AI racing action today. Sit back and enjoy the show. Oh, this is a classic showdown for the ages. Hingle McCringleberry in that vintage 1964 Cheetah G versus Leon Yashin in a 1968 Chevrolet Camaro Cadett. The Camaro's got that muscle car reputation, so it might have a slight edge in raw power. But the Cheetah GT is a pretty nimble car from the 60s, which could really pay off on a track like an Odoron. Honestly, I'd say it's a close call, but I'd lean towards Leon Yashin and the Camaro because of its engine strength and the fact that muscle cars tend to dominate in straight line speed. Still, I wouldn't count out Hingle and that sleek Cheetah. Sometimes agility beats brute force, especially with AI driving. Who are you betting on? Welcome everyone. The race kicks off at Anneau du Rhin with Group 4 Super Siggy cars. Leading the pack is a classic gem, 1974 Porsche 911 Carrera RSR. It's got style and speed. Let's see if it can hold on to that pole position. Starting grid looks interesting with its Bumble Grey leading the pack, followed closely by Super Siggy in second place. Amy is currently in third, trying to hold her position. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to third place. Penske Motorsport is now in fifth. Move for Life is making a move to 9. Maya just overtook Besson Zartfu and is now in 10th place. The battle for 10th is heating up with Maya and Besson Zartfu nose to tail. Besson Zartfu is climbing to 10th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is making a move to 11th. Nexa Romaval is pushing up to 13th. Move for Life is just ahead of Cobracle by a car length. Wayne Trinity 4 has a slight edge over Basen's Artwu for 10th place. Next Romaval is holding off Maya by a hair for 12th. Cobracle is dropping like a stone, now in 15th place. Move Life is climbing steadily into 8th. Basen's Artwu is sneaking into 9th, inching closer to the top. Cobracle is driving a 1977 Holden Torana, a 9X, a classic muscle car known for its lightweight design and powerful engine. Looks like Cobracle is holding steady in the 11th spot, not making any dramatic moves but staying in the mix. Pippi Langström is driving a 1979 BMW M1 Pro Car Data Type. They're currently in 7th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The Group 4 cars are close in performance, so the track's tight corners and technical sections probably favor driver skill over raw speed, keeping the order pretty competitive. New for Life is climbing up to 7th place. Basignet Wu's catching Pippi Langström fast, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Its Bumblebee is holding the lead and has the fastest lap, so he's probably feeling pretty confident right now. Penske Motorsport and Amy are neck and neck for 4th place. Basignet Artwu and Pippi Langström are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Nikita Romaval and Maya are trading positions for 11th. The race is heating up nicely. Cobracle is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by 7.1 seconds. Penske Motorsport is climbing up 1 spot to take 4th. Basen's Artwu and Pippi Langström are locked in a tight fight for 8th place. Basen's Artwu is climbing to 8th place. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in 9th. Nexa Romaval has moved up to 11. The race is heating up. Basen's Artwu is driving a 1970 Dodge Challenger with a top lap time of 1:43.612. They're currently in 8th place and seem to be holding steady, but no major moves yet. Amy is driving a 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR. She's holding a solid 5th place but hasn't shown her fastest lap yet. Looks like she's keeping it steady so far. Hingle Kringleberry and Supersiki are nose to tail for 2nd place. Penske Motorsport and Hingle Kringleberry are also locked in a close fight for 3rd. New for Life and Nanyoshin are battling fiercely for 6th. Basen's Artwu is gaining on Move for Life pretty quickly. Someone and Tita 61 are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Cobracle is on the hunt, closing in by 2.6 seconds. Cobracle is sitting pretty with the fastest lap, but he's in 11th place. Looks like he's got the pace but needs to find a way to move up. New for Life, and Lian Yoshin are neck and neck for 6th place. Covercall is creeping up fast, closing the gap by over a second and a third. Lian Yashin and Amy are neck and neck for 5th place. Covercall is gaining on the pack, closing the gap by a second and a half. Wow, what a surprise! Congratulations, it's Bumblebee. Looks like you really know how to take the checkered flag. Wow, what a race! Big congratulations to its Bumblebee for taking the victory. Well deserved. That was some impressive driving. And look at that! Bingo McCringleberry. You won the bet race, so you get to claim that sleek 1964 Cheetah GT. Waintre 94, you also did some serious overtaking. You're both claiming that same stunning car. Looks like it's time to see who can really handle that beauty on the road. Thanks to everyone for racing and cheering. Alright, everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move. The clock's ticking down to the final seconds. Don't miss out on choosing the champion of the track. Alright, so we've got Maya in a 28 KTM, Crossbow GT4, and Naibe in a 2013 Hyundai Genesis Coupe GT for racing on Autumn Ring. Now, considering the cars, the KTM Expo is known for its lightweight and sharp handling, making it a real nimble contender. The Genesis Coupe, while more of a muscle car with power under the hood, might struggle a bit with the tight corners and technical sections of Autumn Ring. If I had to guess, I'd say Maya's lightweight, more track-focused car gives her a little edge, especially on a course like this that rewards agility. But hey, don't count Naibe out entirely. Muscle cars can surprise us with raw speed, always ready to chase down the nimble guys. Still, I'd lean towards Maya taking this one, just because her car's setup is a little more suited for racing around a tight, twisty track. Alright folks, chubby boy RJ is taking the lead right from the start on pole with that classic 2010 BMW M3 GT4. Let's see if he can hold on to it, or if the competition catches up. Aerotech has taken the lead right out of the gate. Chubby boy RJ is holding strong in second place. And I, Maya, am sitting comfortably in third. Let's see if I can make a move soon. Chubby boy RJ just overtook someone to take the lead. Amy is closing in on Naibe for 4th place. This race is heating up. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Aerotech and Maya are still nose to tail for that 2nd spot. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed to 6th, making a nice move. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. Samun and Naibe are nose to nose for 6th. Pippi Langstrom and Samun are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Samun is climbing up to 6th place. Mover Life just moved up to 8th place. Pippi Langstrom and Move for Life are nose to nose for 8th. Aerotech is trying to hold off Amy for 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are still nose to nose for 4th. New for Life just gained a spot and is now 7th, creeping up the field. Hingle McCringleberry is making a bold move, climbing 4 spots to take the lead. Chubby Boy RJ and Hingle are now nose to nose fighting for the top position. Samun is creeping up, now in 5th place, inching closer to the front. Chubby Boy RJ takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Maya advances to 2nd, just ahead of Samun, who climbs to 3rd. Samun and Maya are nose to nose, fighting for that 2nd place. Aerotech is closing in on Samun, now just 5 seconds behind. Waffling Gottes and Princess Wildface are locked in a fierce fight for 15th place. Maya has just claimed the top spot. Pippi Langstrom is now in 6th place. Bunnies of Doom and Ogswolfie are nose to nose for 10th place. New for Life and Aerotech are nose to tail for 4th place. Bunnies of Doom is climbing up to 10th. Beans Streams is now 19th after gaining 1 spot. Aerotech is currently in 4th place, driving a 2016 Subaru Impreza. The Impreza WRXSTI. Their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leader, so the pace isn't exactly blistering. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise. Maya is gaining on the pack, closing the gap to the leaders. Hingle McCringleberry is right behind Luigi Zero now, looking for a way past. Amy and Naibe are still locked in that tight fight for 7th place. Naibe is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, and they are battling for 6th place now. Pippi Langstrom is holding on to 5th but barely. New for Life and Pippi Langstrom are still fighting for 5th position. Aerotech is really having a tough time falling back to 10th place. New for Life is climbing up to 4th. Pippi Langstrom is also moving up to 5th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Oxlofi is climbing to 10th place. Event Surugai is now in 11th. Trihatriad has moved into 12th. The pack is tightening up. Oxlofi is driving a 27 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. They're currently in the 10th place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on winning the race. Wow, congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was quite a dominant performance. And hey, looks like Pippi Langstrup has earned the fastest lap. So she gets to claim that sleek 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. Maya, since you took home the overall victory, that shiny GT4 is also all yours. Looks like we've got some very happy winners today. Alright everyone, you better make your pick quick or your favorite might get snatched up. Time's almost up, so get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. Vintage Trans Am cars are basically the rock stars of the racing world. They raced during the 1960s and 1970s, and were known for their aggressive styles and roaring engines. The cars are so iconic that they're basically considered the muscle cars of racing. People sometimes say that driving one is like having a lion on a leash because of how powerful and wild they can be. It's like watching a vintage Hollywood action movie but live on the track. Wow. This is a classic muscle car showdown at Watkins Glen Boot Classic. Both cars are iconic, but the Firebird has that extra vintage charm with its lightweight feel and sleek design. The Camaro is a powerhouse with a reputation for raw strength and straight-line speed. If it comes down to handling and agility, I might lean toward the Firebird because it's a bit more nimble and has that historic racing edge. But if pure torque and acceleration are key, the Camaro could take the win. Honestly, this race could go either way, but I'd say the Firebird might just edge out the Camaro in a close finish. Either way, it's going to be a fun one to watch. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Watkins Glen Boot Classic. We've got Velocitor 14 leading the pack in a classic 1970 Pontiac Firebird. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole position. Velocitor 14 has shot off into the lead, followed closely by Hippie Langstrom in second place. Ihave Exema is holding strong in third, but expect some shuffling soon. Hippie Langstrom and Velocitor 14 are nose to nose at the front. Tre Hartria just snuck into third place, making a move. Lian Yashin is climbing up to fifth, inching closer to the top. Ling Shikot 21 is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 25 DWDU. Hippie Langstrom is holding strong at the front, now in first. Ihave Exema is also climbing, up 1 spot to third. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. Bezidnis Artulu is making a move to 7th. Lithocarp is up to 12th. Lithocarp and Tales of Stirly are nose to nose for 11th. Rome Spider is climbing fast, now in 7th place. Bezidnis Artulu and Rome Spider are nose to nose for 7th. Lithocarp is creeping up to 11th. Rome Spider is climbing up to 6th place. Lian Yeshin and Rome Spider are nose to nose for that position. Tales of Stirly is pushing forward to 11th. Trehatra and Ihave Exema are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Schmerzen Live is closing in on Lithocarp fast, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Henfatic just climbed 1 spot to 17th, making moves through the field. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing nicely to 4th place. Maya is also moving up 1 spot to 8th. Looks like Maya and Base Nazar 2 are locked in a tight fight for 8th. Maya and Lian Yashin are neck and neck for 7th place. Tales of Stirly just snuck into 10th. Cessatur is closing in on Namwu for life, and they're battling for 11. Maya is holding 8th place with a slight lead over the pack. Lian Yashin is right behind in 9th, ready to pounce. Nuver Life is closing the distance on Tales of Stirly, now just 2 seconds apart. Tales of Stirly is trying to defend that 10th spot, but the pressure is mounting. Basket and Fee is closing in on Schmerzen Live, now just a few seconds behind. Penske Motorsport is gaining on DJ Wolf. The gap shrinking rapidly. Hingle McCringleberry and Ihave Exema are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place. Lian Yashin is climbing up to 7th place. Maya and Lian are nose to nose for that spot. Henfatic is sneaking into 16. Ihave Exema is now in 2nd place. Lian Yashin and Rome Spider are battling hard for 6th. Lil Sprout is closing the gap on Basket and V, getting closer by 1.5 seconds. Maya is now in 7th place, climbing up 1 spot. Tales Australia has also moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Bessinis Artu and Tales Australia are nose-to-nose fighting for 9th. Maya and Rome Spider are nose-to-tail for 6th place. Linlilac and Lil Sprout are swapping positions in the fight for 18th. T-Bomb and Flinchicot One are locked in a close duel for 21st. Maya is climbing up to 6th place. T-Bomb is making a move to 20th. Archerona 92 is now 26th. Maya is now in 5th place, closing the gap. Triat and Maya are still battling for that 5th spot. Lian Yashin is sneaking into 7th, inching closer to the top. T-Bomb just overtook someone to move up to 18th place. Basket and TV and T-Bomb are nose-to-nose for 17th. Lisa Shibi and Mutube are fighting hard for 27. Wow, Pippi Langstrump just won the race. Looks like even the fastest need to watch out for her. Congratulations on the victory. Wow! Pippi Langstrump really pulled out all the stops and took home the win. Congratulations on that fantastic victory. Also, since you posted the fastest lap, you can now claim the vintage 1970 Ford Mustang Boss from the Trans Am series. Not a bad prize for a great race. Sure. Did you know the 1962 Triumph TR 3B had a pretty lively personality considering its size? It was known for its nimbleness and sporty charm, making it a favorite among bobbing through winding roads. Plus, it had one of the most satisfying exhaust notes for a tiny roadster of its era time. It's basically the pocket rocket of classic cars. Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, you better do it now before they start racing without you. Don't want to miss out on the chaos. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The 1969 Chevrolet Corvair is known for its unique design and handling quirks. But it's not exactly a race car legend compared to the Jaguar E-Type Lightweight. The Jaguar from 1963 is legendary for its speed and agility, especially on a track like Valencia Street Circuit. I'd put my money on Amy and that sleek E-Type. It just seems like it's got the edge in both speed and maneuverability. But you never know with vintage cars. Sometimes charm and character can surprise you. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at the Valencia Street Circuit, and in pole position we've got the Penske Motorsport Group with the classic 1965 Ford Mustang G. Let's see if that old school muscle can hold up in today's race. Penske Motorsport has shot out in front, holding the lead. Lynn Lilac is right behind in second place, trying to keep up. Pippi Langstrup is in third, not far off but definitely chasing the pack. Maya just overtook Pippi Langstrup and is now in third place. Lian Yexin is climbing 2 spots and is now in fifth. The race is heating up with these position changes. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to third place. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up to 8th. Leachmeps and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 8th. New for Life is in 6th place, driving a 1971 Ford Falcon. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Lynn Lilac is just holding on to the lead with Penske Motorsport trying to find a way around. Arlo Coast is climbing up to the 14th place. Looks like they're on a mission. Penske Motorsport is now in the lead, climbing 1 spot to take first place. I am also moving up 1 spot to claim third place. Agrids 34 is making progress, moving up to 11th place. New for Life is driving a 1971 Ford Falcon. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Pippi Langstrup and I are neck and neck for third place. Alagos just snuck into 13th, climbing 1 spot. Lian Yexin just overtook Pippi Langstrup for 4th place. They are nose to tail, fighting hard for that spot. Pippi Langstrup just overtook Lian Yexin, and now they're neck and neck for 4th place. Lian Yexin is climbing up to 4th place. Amy is narrowing the gap to Pippi Langstrup by 1.5 seconds. Penske Motorsport's Ford Mustang GT is leading comfortably. Looks like it's got the pace and hasn't been challenged much so far. Race seems smooth for them. Ablaze is driving a 1968 Porsche 912, a classic sports car known for its balanced handling. Their race looks steady in the 17th position, not making much noise but staying on the track. Sofik is driving a 1960 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a quiet race so far. Wild Cavanone is in 11th place with a 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark 1. Tim. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress yet. Lian Yashin and I are neck and neck for 3rd place. Amy is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Amy and Pippi are now in a close fight for 5th. Lian Yashin is climbing to 3rd place. Haimais is making a move to 14th. Lin Lilac is holding on to the lead, with Penske Motorsport right behind. Meanwhile, Maya and Lian Yashin are nose to tail for 3rd place. Looks like a fun little scrap. Lin Lilac just overtook Penske Motorsport for the lead. Looks like the battle for 1st is heating up. Yama Priest is closing in on Bleach Mepsi, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Ablaze has moved up 1 spot to 15. Sufik and Ablaze are locked in a tight battle for 15th place. Wow, Lin Lilac, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win, champion. Wow, Lin Lilac absolutely crushed it. Congratulations on the win. You really showed those other cars who's boss. And look at that. Pippi Langstrom has claimed a classic 1969 Chevrolet Corvette from Group 3B. Nice choice. It's a real beauty. Lian Yashin, you're the overtaking queen today with the most moves. You get yourself a neat 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Z2 from Group 3-2. That's a pretty slick ride for all those daring passes. Great racing, everyone. Alright everyone, it looks like we need a quick pit stop for some stream maintenance. Don't go anywhere though. We'll be back in just a few minutes to see those AI cars tear up the track again. Grab a snack or stretch those legs, and I'll see you